Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
An amazing event happened on planet Earth in the beautiful city of Beijing, China. The cosmic ray technology was shown for the first time to the public by the financial arm of Keshe Foundation, the American Mark Ray Corporation, which is traded on the US stock exchange. Mr. Keshe himself went to China to show creation of materials from the magnetic fields by using obsolete technology, or what we call rotating gas reactors with electric motors. He's using these old reactors as a starting point for humanity to slowly accept the evolution in science and technology. For 3 days straight, the reactors were run and shown live on Zoom so that anybody from around the world who wanted to could come in and see. Black particles like dust start appearing on the white paper sheets around the reactors. These particles are being created through the reactors and the fields of the universe and the inertia of our planet. They are not coming from the room. There were 4 sets of pairs of reactors with red and green gases spinning in them. We were told they were not CH3 and CuO, but something else. They were set up in a star formation on tables inside the front windows of the Intercontinental Hotel. Anybody passed on the street could see them. White papers and spoons were spread around the reactors to catch the materials being formed from the fields. Some knowledge seekers were able to capture on video when black specks suddenly appeared on the paper, like out of thin air. It was very interesting to witness when energy first appears in a matter state. As time went on and the fields built up and changed strength, the specks formed into bigger pieces and some elongated, and some changed color into gold. This is the first time the public has been able to freely witness the creation of matter from energy. At the end of 3 days, Mr. Keshe collected more particles and showed everyone attending. An interesting thing occurred. When he touched the black dust on the paper with his finger, it turned gold. He said it interacted with the fields of the inertia of the earth through his finger. This phenomenon was written about in ancient times when the Greek god Midas touched things and it was said they turned to gold. What we witness here is how everything in the universe is created, from ourselves to the planets and even cancer.
And welcome each and all to the Keshe American Knowledge Team for May 25th, 2025. We have two 25s there. I'm your host, Mark Anderson, along with Alex Gork, and along with each and every one of the participants. And again, we should be proud and humbled that we're touched by this knowledge. And of course, there's a reason for all of us being here, and that will be to share the knowledge and to serve the others as I understand it. So this is a beautiful time in the Keshe Foundation as we just saw that initial video. Gold has been created before our eyes. We've always talked about it, but we've never seen it. So on the 10th, 11th, and 12th, this was demonstrated in Beijing, as we heard. And again, this has a many different meanings, I think, as Mr. Keshe said. Part of the meaning, of course, of this conference was to, in a way, end the fallacy of the Big Bang Theory as one of them, where they're showing creation of materials in the room temperature and the environment of planet Earth. And again, this is a fallacy that's going to, with the end of it, will change, I think, a lot of things in science. And of course, this was only the first exhibition, let's say. There's other ones taking place. Perhaps next will be Europe, and perhaps they'll show material production, or perhaps they'll show energy production out of the fields next. As he said, Europe, France, their energy production is lacking. The economy is suffering. So many beautiful things and many reasons for the conference, not just what we see before our eyes. As he said, he's trying to get the nations to start talking to one another rather than fighting. And of course, this technology is so impressive, as we see, that gold can, this is the true way gold is created. And we'll play some of the 591st workshop, maybe something from the 590th, and we invite you to add to the discussion. As he mentioned in the last couple of workshops, these are quite heavy teachings, and in this one it'll take thousands of years for man to understand. But as he also said, they're laying down the teaching for those in the future that might understand. Hopefully we won't take 1,000 years, but if we can gain this understanding of the time, the creation of time, perhaps we can exist long enough in the matter state to understand it, both while we're still here before that final separation. And of course, we're inviting everyone to participate. It's going to take more than all of us to open up this knowledge. And of course, I think the universal community will get involved. But there's so many different aspects, and it's so deep, and I feel rather naked to try to explain it at this point. And of course, he's been talking about time for perhaps the last 2 or 3 workshops, the creation of time, the fallacy of time, zero time, time in the universe, parallel times. So it's a lot to consider. And then, of course, horizons. But because of the way we created time on this planet, apparently we've got ourselves in a sticky wicket or some sort of dilemma where we really haven't understood the world of creation, the creation and the way things come together, but it's being demonstrated in public. And of course, what's being demonstrated is the dinosaur end of the technology. As we know, this new system, which will be perhaps employed during the Friday flight session, is made to connect with AI with the knowledge of the universe. So again, I don't know what is planned, but it's planned for this planet to reach a permanent peaceful condition and then to move on to the interaction with the larger family in the universe. But of course, we don't have to travel in the universe. As we know, we can understand through the plasma or the magnetic fields, very similar to that dream state that we've all experienced, and we've all at one point or another have mentioned how real that experience was. Well, it is real, and this is the way the Creator operates. But of course, we're so heavily weighted to the matter state, this doesn't seem to compute to us. But slowly, step by step, through different ways and systems, we're being shown the process of creation and the way it happens in the universe. And so a lot of books will be opened and a lot of books will have to be rewritten, as I understand it. But before we go any further, let's read our World Peace Treaty if we can. And this is a document, again, it's between you and your soul. That's what all these teachings are about, is for you to investigate and understand yourself and your creation and the process of creation, and not so much someone else and the way they do it, because each one of us seems to be the same, but yet seems to be slightly different, and we do it the way it pleases us. So this is an agreement between yourself and your soul. You can sign it with a pen, but you can also sign it with the pen of your heart, as I understand, or as we've been told. When we go in the universe, it does seem like we don't need to manifest the matter state, so you won't find a pen there to sign it. You'll be using the emotions, and this is a part of the communication system, I think, in the universe as well. But we're just getting our little pinky toe in the whole understanding. At least I am. Maybe others have gone much further than I have, and that's great. I hope they do. But I'm just getting sort of getting a small taste of this. And of course, he's explained the time travel and the rest of this, but if you don't understand it, of course, we're creating systems that will allow you to experience it. But before we get there, in a way, this will be the ethos we will carry on this planet and across the universe. This idea of giving and this idea of elevating the others. And this is where we get to this zero time point, I believe. So the World Peace Treaty, a document, very simple looking document, the world leaders will sign, the world religious leaders will sign. Hopefully many, many people will sign it as this knowledge starts to come more and more in the public. But again, it's between you and your soul. And if you're not sure where your soul is located, we have a number of teachings that are pretty simple, and you can find the location of your soul. Actually, we can point it out with just a few seconds or a few minutes. Would anyone like to read the World Peace Treaty? Proudly step forward. If you love the Keshe Foundation and you love peace. I don't see any mics opening, so I'll read it. We, as citizens of the earth from this moment on, accept to lay down all tools of aggression and war. We shall never think about getting involved or incite war, or develop or use any tools of war on this planet or in space. And to this we all agree and swear with our nation, or with our territory, with our council, with our religion, with our city, with our town, with a body, or as a soul. Simply put your name, the signature, date, position, again, on behalf of your nation, your family, perhaps, your territory, your council, your religion, the city, the town, or as an individual. Have it witnessed, and then, of course, after signing this treaty, be proud to display this certificate wherever you consider being important to you, that everyone can see and know your ethos to fellow men and the mankind and other created beauties of the Creator. And we see that word ethos. This is just a word, in a way, the collective sort of what we're embracing collectively, that we are here to serve and not to be served. And that's part of the ethos. Again, the stronger feeding the weaker. There's many aspects to this ethos, but it's mainly the idea of servitude and elevating the others. That's what Mr. Keshe mentioned when he said the Chinese woman was dumping buckets of water. She understood the teachings. This is about the elevation of the soul of the planet as well, and all the inhabitants. Anyone want to make any comments on the World Peace Treaty? And of course, Mr. Keshe did say that the creation of the gold in the public was halfway there to the world peace, and ending this whole idea of materialism, that we fight for materials where we understand in the universe they don't fight for anything. We don't see any wars. Everything is created out of the fields or even out of their own emotions. So they have everything they need. And this was another part of this exhibition was to show the end of materialism, matter state thinking, possessing, and the rest of this. Again, the knowledge is within us, not belonging to us. And this is where every man makes a mistake, as I understand it, including myself. Any thoughts or comments? We'll hear the announcements shortly. They were kind of short today, but again, this is about this idea of developing a transmutation system, although, as he said, in the place, position, and possession, we only use one aspect of it. Now, with this new idea of time, which I think they're going to combine with the transmutation in some sort of way, again, you can sign up and keep the Keshe Foundation free, learn more about traveling in this dimension of energy where you don't need to manifest the physicality. This is the May, June, and July sessions, as I understand it. There are options. Each session is 500 plus the value, 500 euro plus the value added tax. I'm sure everyone here is aware of that, but there is a multi-month discount at $13.50. So you can sign up for that, learn more about yourself, be a passenger, try to connect with a captain. They're doing it in a little different ways, trying to strengthen captains as opposed to passengers at this point. But again, the captain is not alone. They're backed by a huge amount of technology in the background, which we don't get briefed on and we don't see. But again, it's keeping the foundation free so that it can develop a system that everyone will develop the capability. As I've been thinking, I think he's explained quite a bit about time travel. And fundamentally, I'm sure he's left out a number of things for you to discover on your own, but he's given you the fundamentals of time travel in a way. And of course, we do it every night when you go to sleep. But the idea of you, how was I going to put this? The time travel is there. It's all been explained. If you understand the teachings, you should be able to do it. But if you're not, this is where the foundation is developing systems to help you or to have it ingrained within you in a way that you will in the future time, whether that takes a month, whether that takes 18 months. I think he said at one point, everyone will go through this system in a way. And that way you'll have the mastery of even gaining an aspect of immortality, as I understand it. If you can manipulate time or travel in time, you can actually not live 1,000 years or not live 1,000,000 years, but you can live the existence of the universe. And so this is quite a deep knowledge. People have been seeking immortality, the fountain of youth, and the rest. So there's much more entangled in this whole process, but this is the initial people, in a way, who have the time and the capability to develop a system for the rest. And that's what it's all about. I don't think they'll have any advantage. And as Mr. Keshe said, you don't need to be there for the last year or 6 sessions to benefit as much as the other ones that are in the, if you're just there for the first time. So don't think you've missed something or this and that. As he said, with airplanes, people get on and people get off at different stops. So feel free to join, keep the Keshe Foundation free. And there are so many other marvelous products in the Keshe Foundation store. One of them was the mystery. I think this is what's called a cosmic mystery, where you can spend $250 and you may get $2,500 worth of material, if we can just find that and show that. But this is where all the products, I believe, will be that are made by artisans, but also are, in a way, maybe some of the commercialized products. But I think he wants to keep the store open for people that are licensed. They understand the technology. They're able to put small lots together, and you'll be able to buy, as most of these products, as he said, are handmade within the store. Let's see if we can find this. Did I pass it by any chance? Okay, no. Of course, the cosmic ray material, this is another whole understanding where it can feed you and bring balance into your physicality. It's very personal, as he said. You won't share the cosmic ray material at this time with anyone because it sort of imprints something. It connects to the fields of you, and unless you want to share someone else's dream, you will not share the uh, material. I'm just looking for the. Perhaps it's already been. I know there was a limited amount. No, it's still here. This is called the Cosmic Mystery. It's €250. You can go on the Keshe Foundation store and go through and sign up and order it, and it'll be delivered. The delivery system has been, I think, enhanced or improved. He says here 50 pieces. There may be more. The idea of this is, again, it's a mystery what you will receive for your 250 plus the shipping and taxes. I guess that would be the 20% value added tax. But it may be cosmic ray material. It could be a Twinity maggrav system. It could be something very endearing, or you'll at least, as I understand it, receive 250 euro worth of product from the Keshe Foundation store. But I think, as Mr. Keshe said, they signed quite a large agreement. So he's probably, well, he's always in a giving mood, but this may help to share some of the products because they are rather expensive for the average knowledge seeker at this point. But it's all being developed, as I understand it, to be put into an application that will either be free or very inexpensive, as we've been talking about feeding children, where the mother, through an app, can actually just, or if the child has access to a cell phone, can be fed. This is the power of the cosmic ray technology. And of course, if we go to this company called Mark Ray, this is the, as it says, the home of the cosmic ray technology. And of course, these cosmic rays are creator rays, as I understand it. And depending, if you know how to play, you can do basically anything with these things. You can create anything. You can move energies or establish energies at different points. I don't even think we've even unraveled the tip of the cosmic ray. But the beauty of this all is this technology is already built within our own structure. As he said, the soul of the man creates all, contains all the magnetical gravitational fields of creating any position. It's just that we haven't learned fully how to use it. We've been given the Rolls Royce, but we haven't given the keys. And this is what all of these teachings are about, is for you to understand, and the systems are there to support you if you can't do the transmutation. As he said, there's only been a few who have done it. And then ask them to teach it, almost an impossibility, as I understand. We understand the Buddha could translocate or bilocate, as they call it, but he didn't know how to teach it. Christ showed it, and again, did he teach it? Any thoughts or comments on that? But he did show us it can be done. And this is what universal teachers do. They bring enlightenment to planets and allow these planets to join with the universal community in a much bigger way. Not so much with the physicality. I think, again, we've all been thinking, as he said, the UFOs in the future, they won't be used. We won't be moving the physicality. We'll be moving the energies. And that's not here yet. And we may go through that whole process of the UFOs and matter, state, craft, and the rest. But it seems in the future, man will not travel in that physical dimension. Any thoughts or comments? But as he said, it's 1,000 years of homework in this previous workshop. I did bring up the well, maybe I'll just show again where I sourced the initial video is on the new YouTube channel of the Keshe Space Plasma Technology, and that was this video right here, Creation of Materials Through Fields Using Cosmic Rays. This is sparsely populated at this point. If you want a much bigger buffet, of course, you can go to the, oh, did we keep it here? let's see, to our standard channel, which has thousands. I know Alex has mentioned it. Is it 2,000 or 3,000 or how many thousand hours of teaching? And again, when Mr. Keshe teaches, he goes from A to Z. He's taken us through the nanocoding, the GANs, the dynamic reactors, the gas reactors, many different ways. Now we're talking about transmutation, and it's all connected. All of these teachings are connected. So there's morsels, there's grains, there's many bits of knowledge that are scattered throughout these teachings. He's such a consummate universal teacher. He just doesn't give you everything. It's not, as he often says, it's not monkey see, monkey do. But there's many pieces of knowledge throughout these teachings that'll be connected more and more in the future by mankind and you as an individual. So again, we use the matter state in a way to reach the level of the understanding of the soul of the man. Any thoughts or comments anyone would like to share? I thought we would perhaps share a little bit. And again, I can't seem to make this any bigger. This was from the transcript of the last workshop, and maybe we'll just touch on some of the highlights of it. This was generated by AI, and of course, we know at this point we don't have the plasmatic chip package yet. So, as he said, if you want to hear a fairy tale, you go to the AI and ask them to, in a way, summarize the teaching, which they get some parts and they miss some parts. Would anyone like to share anything about the teaching that's either confounded them or that they've understood? As we understand, he's been covering this exploration of time, I think here, exploration of time, creation and universal knowledge to advance humanity's understanding of existence and cosmic travel. And again, this is not with the UFOs. He seems to be quite adamant that in the future, none of this matter state will exist. Wherever you are, you can travel in one or multiple locations, as I understand it, but that has to be taught. And again, there's a huge technical advancement in the background that people are using. They don't see it, it's not in their hands, but it's all coming through the fields. And that's why I'm encouraging people to test out one of these transmutation or transportation or flight to destination, learning to work with a captain. And as he said, we're strengthening the captains, not so much the passengers at this point. So the highlights from this workshop: understanding time and space and universe. As I said earlier, our problem is we've sort of boxed ourselves into the corner with this understanding of time, thinking it was fixed, thinking it works in the rest of the universe the same way it works here, but apparently it doesn't. Each universe may have a different time. The Unicos has a different time. Solar system may have it. And again, time is malleable. We can manipulate time because time is made out of the magnetic fields. Feel free to jump in at any time. We've heard many jump in, and feel free to add your knowledge because, as he said, this is 1,000 years of homework in a way, I guess, for the average knowledge seeker, or maybe we'll be enlightened sooner by using the systems. We haven't fully understood the magrav yet, and maybe is this part of the understanding of that magrav, that plasmatic magrav that he was talking about when he said, "You are that magrav"? Go ahead.
I just wanted to jump on one single point. We have seen in the video at the beginning that these reactors could create matter out of fields. And it's not far that we can provide every element in every amount to the same price. The only thing that is missing is the acceptance from the world leaders.
Do you mean gold could be priced the same as copper or aluminum?
Exactly, because it's the same process, and with this process, we are able to make any element. And just imagine, we can also, or the foundation could also make an element that is impossible that it's created on Earth. It's the cosmic ray material. If you open it up, it will disappear. So the foundation could reach to create molecules or an element that cannot exist here on Earth. So it needs this cover, it needs this ball, because otherwise it just disappears.
Well, does that mean we won't have to travel into space and like scrape it off an asteroid and then bring it back to the Earth? But how would we know how to create that strength of that material?
Comes with the knowledge of the creation process behind. Only the foundation has the biggest knowledge about, and we have a little bit of knowledge. If we go back, we had Peter Selocher, and he made two spinning balls. Two spinning balls with double balls. In each ball, there was a second ball. And he just rotated them. One was acidic and one was alkaline. And the inner balls were vice versa. It's a little bit hard to understand it from my explanation, but with this setup, Peter has created matter. It was 2017 maybe. And then the foundation showed us the first setup, 2018. It was the two systems were called Abundance and Love, I think. They had two special names for it. And very special at 2018, where the foundation showed us these reactors the first time, was that the clouds were affected. They had a big room, and there were the reactors, and the clouds in the air were affected with the setup they have made.
I think there's going to be, so if they open up these research centers, which Mr. Keshe has proposed, the demonstrations just by accident of creating materials or interaction, and they'll video this and show this will just be so breathtaking for so many people to see materials and other things being created just out of the interaction of the fields, which we haven't seen a lot of by knowledge seekers. You're referring to one who had some success.
Yes, we can also have, anybody can have this success. It's just, you have to put much time into it, less money, because it's not that expensive to experiment into this direction. Normal people can also do it, but till you have the right ganses and the right mixture, it may need maybe 100 tries, or maybe you're lucky and at the third try you have some results. But why? We have the results on video. It was at this exhibition. We have many people that are that were there, that can prove that it was that way. So it is impossible that the AI that it was AI generated or somehow manipulated, because we have these people that were there and can prove that it was exactly like we can see it on the video. And it's just up the time the world leaders need, after they have accepted it, to implement it into our planetary system, into the economy. And this is the hardest point they ever had. So it's somehow logical that they just want to push it away. And Mr. Keshe is so kind that just some little bit here, some little bit there. But at the end, the world leaders have no other chance as to take this technology and do the best for their people with it. And we can reach everything with it. Everything what we can do with metastate, we can also do with the plasma technology. But it's pretty much different. We need research. And if we could concentrate all the research, we don't need all the research that is happening on the planet. But maybe a major part of it concentrated off this new technology is able to bring maybe in 3 to 10 years this technology to everybody. And this is what we are not fighting for it, but we are endless teaching and speaking and doing everything that's possible that people are getting aware what this technology can do, and it runs only with the foundation. This is the next point, but Mr. Keshe and the foundation is doing a very great job, and so all the world leaders know it's just a process we all have to go with the world leaders through, and then we have a much better world, a very peaceful world, and a world where I think there is missing. There is nobody will miss anything he needs in his life. So thank you.
Thank you. Joseph, is this why Mr. Keshe has taken this exhibition on the road? Maybe the world leaders think, well, we're not covering this. It's going to affect our money stack. So we're going to try to keep a cover on it as long as we can. If the people don't demand it, they don't know about it, then we don't have to move out of our position at this point. So I think this is one of the reasons Mr. Keshe is taking this exhibition to different capitals of different cities to show the nationals, and that they start perhaps demanding their leaders allow the technology within their borders. Could that be another possibility here? Because they certainly, one of the main reasons of resistance is the loss of control of the nationals. I guess in many different ways. We talked about transmutation and moving from different parts. That's part of it, and that system has been set up for quite a long time. But again, a lot of this is losing control. And of course, we're gaining control, being the last man standing for ourselves, and not so much. Go ahead, Joseph, please.
Mark, please just name one world leader that is not dependent on anything, that can do freely what he wants to do.
You mean they all have bosses?
It doesn't have to be a boss. It is the economy too.
Okay.
Everything is running, and this economy and everything with it. Without people, there is nothing. Our manpower is keeping up this economy
Yes.
with everything we thought we need in the past. And this needs to be changed. And it's not the work of the people that are in positions or the people that can do. It's everybody is able to do at least a little part. And
Yes.
then we have it just faster. It's coming. Nobody can prevent it anymore. It's just if it comes a little bit faster, then we have less problems. Less people die on at illnesses, for example, that we can already balance. But how to build up around the planet so many places, or such a reactor that is capable, that can reach everybody, and how to make it free of cost. Because it's not that expensive to build these reactors.
Yes.
And what the foundation does, but the research is expensive. All the tries, all
and
the
the
materials
knowledge
for
is
the trials.
priceless. Yes, the knowledge is priceless.
Exactly, yes.
And if Mr. Keshe were to show, he said we may show materials in Europe coming up, whether he goes to Paris or Berlin or another location. He said we may show very similar to what was shown in Beijing, but we also may show the energy. And Joseph, do you think the Europeans would be enamored with an energy system or something that's less expensive energy than they have today?
Um, it would be nice, but they also have their hidden research teams from military and other things. There are also technologies that are able to help out with energy. But they are just in some drawers. They are just hidden, and because the economy and the money and some other things maybe. I'm not the one that looks through everything, but the plasma technology is maybe it's from my viewpoint the cheapest solution to reach everything. But there are several research teams from the military. There are some other groups and this and that. And till we have everybody going for this one point, it's a process. And we need every help we can get. But it's on the way and nobody can prevent it. This is the other point. It's just the question, when is the point where the changes are happening for us?
Beautiful. Thank you. Excellent. Yes, and we'll see more and more of these happening. I definitely will be there in Washington when it comes to the United States. I'm sure it's already here in the background. Everyone at the upper levels has been briefed in the past, in the first Trump administration, and I'm sure they're being rebriefed and observing. As he said, many different countries are online, and many scientific organizations look at the work within the Keshe Foundation. Perhaps we'll just jump to this one, otherwise we won't even get through this within the allotted time. The role of emotion and soul in time travel. Mr. Keshe emphasized the critical role of emotion and the soul of man in time travel, suggesting that emotion creates the conditions for possession, position, and place. And of course, this is the introduction in a way of the new space travel. You travel in the dimension of energy, you don't travel in the matter state. As he said, it's too slow, and the transmutation is also too slow. So now there'll be a combination, if I understand it correctly, of transmutation and time travel, or traveling in time. He explained that the interaction of emotions between plasmas, such as the sun and the earth, who would ever think that the sun and the earth, their interactions create an emotion, leads to phenomena like storms and light, which are manifestations of planetary emotions. I would never buy that 20 years ago with this Gaia and Mother Earth and thinking that it had emotions, and that was too far out for me. But now I'm understanding everything has emotion. The interaction of the two plasmas create emotions. The interaction within your brain creates that emotion. Belief creates an emotion. So we have a lot to yet learn about emotions, and perhaps many that we've never experienced before. Feel free, anyone, to jump in at any time. As he said, this teaching will take thousands of years of homework. I think he just said thousands of years. He didn't say homework. What else can we cover here? He explained the interaction of emotions, yes, creates that, leads to phenomena like storms. Yes, we see the sun erupting, we see the solar system rather peaceful, but we see major eruptions on the sun, these solar flares which we've been going to. Fo, I think you wanted to add something, please.
Yes. Do you remember what I told about 129 Tesla? What happened?
Can you refresh us?
Yes. I told, and repeated again, with the evening of from the 129, my baby daughter appeared to me, and she was at an age of 27. So what has the emotions has to do with, let's say, that vision. It was at the time that Mr. Keshe said, make your wish, and I didn't know what to wish for. In fact, I did know, but I never told anyone. But then at that time, I was, how can I say, I felt happy, and I was satisfied with my life. So my wish was that the reactors showed more strength. Well, at that moment, the 129 was created. And then I experienced my daughter at the age of 27. Well, she was 3 months when she died. So did she travel through time, or did I make a wish through time? I have many, how do I say, many times that I can connect. And it's always in the time with her that her age and her appearance would be, I think, in my vision, my soul wishes to be. So my soul maybe creates the time and the need to see my daughter at that age. So is it time manipulation, or I don't know. It's just you could say it's weird, or it's an illusion, or whatever, but it's typical most of the time. It's when Keshe announced a special occasion.
And you didn't travel anywhere to go see your daughter? You were in the same position?
No, the first time I was in the same chair I'm sitting now. So yeah, that's the physical part. But at that time I was with my eyes open and I felt her presence.
Totally conscious.
Totally conscious. Because I was watching the reactor set up in Desesano. So
we're very, very powerful in creation of fields. We just haven't realized our capabilities. But slowly, step by step, with testimonies like you're sharing and others that we're seeing.
I don't know if I created that field, but at least the reactor created that field, and maybe the needs from my emotion could match the reactor's needs. See, I always told from the beginning, it's a need that you wish for a reactor, something that not physical, but the reactor was created by nanoparticles. So when you make a wish, or at least Mr. Keshe said, make a wish. So I made a wish that the reactors could show more strength, and then it's happened. So was it me? No, I don't know. But that was more than 10 years ago.
That's a beautiful gift to you.
Well, sometimes, not always.
Yes, I feel you. Mhm. Anyone want to make any comments? Let's go back to our AI explanation here. Okay, the teaching, I'll just go right here. You probably can't see it, and I'm having trouble making it any bigger. Maybe in the future, maybe they want me to sign up. The teaching explored the idea the soul carries the essence of creation and can travel across the universe, interacting with other dimensions and beings. Yes, this is what we were talking about earlier. Introduce us to new lives and new understanding within the creation. This is part of this time travel in a way. The importance of elevating the soul and understanding its connections to the Creator was discussed as a pathway to achieving zero time and becoming part of the Creator. I think that's what he said, this time, place, possession. We reach, if we can reach that zero, then we can get to the totality of generosity of giving. And this is the creation of the Creator, as I understand it. Again, he said this is going to take a bit of time to get it under our caps in a way, but yet we have a beautiful structure that's created expressly to do these things. And we're always looking for reactors, we're looking for systems, we're trying to make things in the matter state, but our essence is a energy dimension, but we've always denied it, and this is part of the whole problem. We've again sanctioned ourselves. The importance of elevating the soul and understanding its connection to the zero time, part of this Creator. Again, once we understand this zero time, where the Creator lives, as he said, there's no time in the universe. Then he said the universe is a solid structure, and of course the brain of the man is a solid structure. We just have that emotion in a way traveling within that structure. I don't understand this solid. We know it's a Gans in a way, but he calls it a solid structure, perhaps in this plasma dimension in a way. But we have the system. We're in a vacuum. We have all the Ganses. We have the emotions. We just need to learn to play. But again, I think if you aren't able to understand it from the teachings, you can use a system that will help you to understand it. This is what I'm thinking in the future. This is all part of this teaching. Creation and structure of the universe. The universe was described as solid. Who's ever thought of the universe as solid? Well-maintained structure found by the interaction of cosmic rays and magnetic fields rather than a free-flowing entity. Mr. Keshe explained that the universe operates similarly to the human brain, with condensed fields creating a solid state of existence. Teaching explored the origin of magnetic fields and cosmic rays, questioning their creation and interaction, and promised future revelations about the mystery of creation. And again, in transmutation, he said we're only playing with one of those, place, position, and possession. But in the time, in a way, we play with all three, and this is part of gaining this, living the life or existence of the universe, if we can, again, understand this time, which, as he said, this is a difficult teaching. We've been ingrained, and all of our ancestors within our RNA have operated on time, and now we're sort of throwing this whole time calculation in a way out the window. Artificial intelligence and plasma intelligence. Mr. Keshe discussed the limitations of current AI systems. Again, they just crunch information faster and faster, which rely on electronic data transfer, introduce the concept of plasmatic intelligence based on the cosmic ray fields. And this is what he's talking about, the plasmatic chip, or a chip with emotions and a brain cell. I think he referred to it as a cube. It has quite a bit of capacity, can put all the memory of all the computers in just 10% of it. And then he wants to link up this new system they're creating. You saw it, the size of a football, more or less, and connect this with the AI. He said we can put the entire knowledge of the universe in there. Anyone wonder why he wants to do that? We talked about the upcoming exhibition in the major capitals, Berlin or Paris, new systems, materials developed. Again, the Keshe Foundation usually only releases in the public domain about 5% of what they're actually working on, or the knowledge seekers only know about 5% of what they're working on. The advanced technology is kept within the laboratories of the Keshe Foundation, but I think in the transmutation and other sessions, perhaps the Wellness Center is also using those. And because again, this technology is not only for traveling in space, but it's for existing in space. It's for wellness on this planet, wellness in space too, creation of energy here or in the universe. And then we're talking about feeding as well. So this technology has the ability to touch every major area of our lives. And I think it also has the ability to even touch down to perhaps your deodorant or something else that will be developed by the research labs of the Keshe Foundation, and then, of course, marketed or licensed by the Mark-Ray Corporation. Keep in mind that both are separate entities, as I understand it. He talked about Keshe coins, and again, he mentioned cryptocurrency. We know about Mark-Ray, but the coins are going to be introduced in a way that nations or others will be able to use them with the Keshe Foundation store, which we showed earlier, and eventually they'll sort of settle down the financial ups and downs. I think it'll be much more stable. Mr. Keshe explained the coins would operate on a plasmatic level, fulfilling the needs of individuals without requiring payment and aligning with the Foundation's mission to nourish and elevate humanity. And feel free to jump in at any point. I know very little about this technology. I realize, I think, how vast it is and how deep it can go. I think it can go endlessly deep in almost any area. And we're just scratching the surface here. Yes, the teaching emphasized the role of Keshe coin in addressing global inequities and providing access to energy, food, water, and medicine for all, including the poor and remote populations. This is what Mr. Keshe did when he went to the world leaders 25 years ago. I can show the people on this planet how to feed themselves and generate their own power. And of course, it was rebuffed 25 years later. It's being demonstrated in public, the older end of the technology in Beijing. The elevation of the soul and human energy Mr. Keshe encouraged the knowledge seekers to focus on the energy state of humans rather than just the physical state. Yes, we're heavily weighted, all of us, emphasizing the importance of understanding the connection between the two. So we need to master both the matter state, I think, of the science, and we also need to master the energy. But our true nature is non-physical. So this is our true nature. We're just sort of the soul has created a structure to have an experience in the matter state, and it's only manifested this way because we've passed through or are interacting with the fields of this particular location. But now we can go anywhere, even from this location. Again, in the energy dimension, we don't have to travel. He explained that strengthening the soul involves recognizing its energy dimension and collaborating with the physical body to achieve higher levels of existence and understanding. Again, I think bringing the soul of physicality closer to the soul of the man, and that they have a beautiful working relationship together rather than an uncomfortable one. what else? He's mentioned, okay, I'll just cover that. The teaching highlighted the need to celebrate the creation of the soul rather than the physical birth, as the soul represents the true essence of existence and connection to the Creator. Yes, we haven't, we see people leave and they're born, we celebrate, they leave and, we're very upset many times about it for the most case, but we haven't understood that every ending is a new beginning. This energy dimension of us continues to exist. And now we know we can actually improve its position. We can actually travel in time, see where the soul would end up, and perhaps come back and correct to create a new dimension if you didn't perhaps like where your next position of the soul. But this happens to all the souls as I understand it. Some elevate more and some are lower souls, don't get too far, I guess, out of the upper atmosphere of this planet. The Universal Council invited the Keshe family, which we'll do in creating the Dome of Peace within about 40 or 50 minutes. And of course, this is one of the things we'll show here, where you can join every day at the 9 p.m. Central European time. If it's your wish to see peace, the path of peace is made very clearly. And we all gather at this time and put our collective energies together and bring the world leaders into a position of enlightenment. Not through talking to them, not through meeting with them, not through calling them or writing them letters, but it's all done through the mother connection, which we understand we're working through the connection of the Creator, and that's what connects everything together. Just because we couldn't see it, we've denied it. But that's part of what we'll cover later. The council emphasized the use of technology in exchange for peace, promoting the vision of one nation, one planet, one race through collaboration and shared understanding. Yes, this technology will bring a huge balance to the lesser developed and the, let's say, the exorbitant wealth for a few in the West. I think most people are also struggling, but not as bad as going without electricity or food or clean water and the rest. So this technology will, in a way, level the playing field, and all the nations will be equal. No one will have, in a way, an advantage over any other nation. That's why every nation, I think, would like to have, in a way, Mr. Keshe there stable, but he doesn't belong to any of them. We're just sharing the technology as the knowledge goes where Mr. Keshe goes. So we'll see a lot of different entities set up, I think, like Mark Ray, this licensing, and then you'll hear about more companies, perhaps Philips or Mitsubishi or other large international networks picking up this science and moving it forward. As he said, we still have a few choppy waters to go. We're not out of the, in a way, the resistance to the technology at this point, but we also know that universal teachers are well seasoned to perform this sort of work, and I'm sure there's a lot of other resources that we aren't even aware of that are part of this process. So man is not the most difficult subject, if I could put it that way, that the universal community has to deal with, and so what has been promised will be delivered. Let's see, the next point here, the initiative aims to elevate the collective consciousness and achieve global harmony by leveraging the Keshe Foundation's technologies in teachings. So we'll probably see it on more platforms. And of course, as Mr. Keshe said, he's bought a number of these AI domain names, I guess, AI Plasma, AI the Soul, many, I think, that were mentioned. So this is how the teaching, in a way, will get fed to the other AIs. And again, once the emotional aspect of the chip comes in, I think it will be much, much more powerful. Even if ours had emotion first, I don't know if it could transfer it to the others, but anything is possible. And I remember him talking about in a way, embedding remotely an emotion and remotely a brain cell into the current AI. But he did say, I think, that the AI of today would be, in a way, a child's play compared to the AI being connected with the complete knowledge of the universe. Next steps, again, organize the next exhibition, perhaps in Berlin or Paris. So we will well advertise that before, hopefully, if we know when it is. Sometimes these things remain secret, even from teams within the Keshe organization, as he said about Beijing. It was kept pretty close to just a few people until it was announced. Yes, I think this one, the correct management and abuses within the Keshe Foundation's operations, ensuring proper legal and structural adjustments. Keshe Foundation legal team. Apparently, Mr. Keshe was in a number of meetings prior to the signing of this rather large contract, but I'm sure there's a 30-day right of refusal. So apparently there's been some things picked up within that contract that weren't correct or were negotiated improperly. I don't know if it's on the foundation side, the other side, but this has to be worked out. And then, of course, as he said, the over-the-counter market will make some sort of announcements, but I think the contract has to be settled, and that could take some weeks or months. Perhaps it's already settled. Again, I don't have any inside track of what's going on at the inner sanctum of the Keshe Foundation, other than on the soul level. Prepare and release Keshe coins in plasmatic condition to connect to the soul of every being on the planet, fulfilling the purpose of feeding and elevating humanity. Mr. Keshe, okay, yes, again, asking for people to register for the next Friday session. Anyone else want to add anything else? Of course, the licensing agreement, which is just the licensing agreement with Mark Ray and a Chinese concern. It will be a very powerful company, as I understand it. But this is only the licensing agreement for $10 billion, not the actual percentage of manufacturing that'll be paid from sales of this corporation back to either Mark Ray or the Keshe Foundation. I think it would be Mark Ray, since Mark Ray is known as the financial arm and licensing arm of the. So some of the lawyers apparently didn't do due diligence, and I think somebody has called foul, namely Mr. Keshe. So they'll have to go back and renegotiate certain aspects of all of this. Anyone else want to add anything? So it is a mystery, but it's being opened by a professional teacher, a universal teacher, and he knows how to teach and he knows how to deliver. So even though it will take some time to understand it, for most of us, some people may say, I already understand what is being taught here, which is beautiful. Hopefully they'll start teaching the others. And that's what this is all about. So join us in the Keshe Foundation store. Join us in the transmutation or flight to destination sessions. Join us in the exhibition. You can plan now for what's coming up in the weeks and months ahead, perhaps hopefully sooner than later. And there's many ways to participate in and around the Keshe Foundation. And there's just wealth of knowledge from the Keshe Foundation wiki to the spaceship channels, to the KF platform, and so many other things going on. We only know a little bit of what's transpiring around the world. But more and more of this will come into the public domain. And as he said, our position right now is just to spread across social medias the understanding of how gold is created. This is the real way. And of course, there'll be some debate coming up, I'm sure, about the Big Bang Theory and the rest. Of course, we know the paper of the rings of Saturn, which he had mentioned, is yet to be published. Also, the paper on cosmic rays will be coming out. So again, they're just, in a way, enlightening humanity from many, many different directions. And you see how the understanding befits you, not the way I tell you how to understand this technology. That's just my understanding and my approach to it. I don't want to be a guru here or in the universe. I'm just sharing what I think I understand. So shall we go back to the announcements? And we can go to our 591st Knowledge Seekers Workshop. Again, these will be studied for centuries, if not millennia. It does sound like. But let's go back. This is a short announcement, and perhaps we'll look at a couple other short videos. Anyone else have a thought, a comment? Again, nobody's wrong and no one's 100% right. So the way you understand it is the way you understand it. And as I said, we do it the way it pleases us. And as we know, there's many roads that lead to Rome. So it's just not one way, or the way Mr. Keshe says to do it. He's even mentioned that himself. We need to test it, and we need to see if it befits us. Okay, we'll go to this, make sure I'm sharing this. Yes. Just a short, maybe a number of minutes here. I'm not exactly sure, but let's listen to again, the announcements of where the professor is taking, in a way, the Keshe Foundation, the knowledge, the research, and the expansion of all of that.
Hello again, we're back at the 591st Knowledge Seekers Workshop here on Thursday, May 22nd. And because it's the second part, as I explained, we are able to ask some questions of Mr. Keshe. But generally speaking, he has something, in fact, probably a few things he'd like to say first. So please go ahead.
Thank you very much. The first thing for us to remind knowledge seekers, the next Friday session of what we call the Soul Travel with the Captains will be slightly different than all the sessions we had before. We will bring into play a dimension of magnetic field, which brings into play, for the first time, the dimension of time. We have developed the first fundamental systems for traveling the time, and there'll be the test of it. And to make the matter more complicated for you knowledge seekers who join this session, is that before you knew who's your captain, this time your captains are numbered. And you are not aware of who they are, what their thoughts are, and so you connect with them through the connection of the field of the soul. You don't choose them by name. You choose by how you're connected and how you feel you're connected to them, through the soul. And this is, in a way, creating the time of trust. It's emotion interaction between the two souls, which creates, in the interaction of one becoming the soul and one becoming the soul of physicality, the dimension manifestation of the physicality in where the soul takes the soul of physicality. And
yeah, I was thinking originally that it was the soul of physicality, but apparently the passenger's role is to use their soul to play the role of the soul of physicality and connect with the captain. Gail was explaining that earlier. Gail, do you want to, anything you want to share about that? It's a bit of a mystery, but if not, we'll continue listening.
I'm sorry, Mark, I was in another
That's
room.
fine, no problem. I just thought you had an insight into this a bit.
Well, it was just, when he started to talk about it, I thought, what? And then I listened again so that I could be sure I heard it right, because he did say that we have to become the soul of physicality, we have to use our soul to do that. I'm not sure how.
And where does the passenger soul of physicality, they get left out?
Well, there was one workshop where they talked about the soul of physicality almost seemed to be taking the place of the soul of the man, and then the soul of the man did something else. So it may be that this is what they were thinking about ahead of time. So I think the positions can change.
But again, it's just not your emotions and the rest of this. He said the captains and this whole structure of the flight to destination is backed by a huge amount of technology in the background. I mean, it may not be as big as a room, but it's very powerful. What's happening to ingrain or to get the pilots in a way to feel comfortable with this handling this.
If you're looking at cosmic rays, for example, how many orders of magnitude in energy level, there's huge difference, I think.
And the soul of the man has every magnetic field, can create every magnetic field across the universe.
That's a bit scary.
We just haven't believed it or trusted.
I think we, I don't think we can rush into something like that, because to be well trained, so we don't, cause any difficulty.
Or, as he said, end up in a place that we're not familiar with, and with entities perhaps we're not familiar with. He mentioned that, I think, in a previous workshop.
Yes, we have to become very aware of different energies and those who are AIs, I think he said as well, who they will be working with, I think, to sort out the problem.
Yeah, that's going to be quite a beautiful situation when you can have a robot. He said, I know the future of these robots, and I think we're going to fall in love with them as they have this emotion and not just information crunching. They'll be quite like us in so many ways, perhaps.
We'll find out.
Yeah, we're finding out little by little, week by week. As he said, we're going to take this up to maybe 1,000 teachings. So we're just more than halfway home. How much of it we've understood, how much of it we missed, I guess that's up to you and the way you see this knowledge. Again, when you're talking to someone who's never heard this new science or this new ethos or this new language, you start talking the soul of physicality, the soul of the man, the physicality, their eyes can glaze over sometimes. These are all concepts we sort of had to work on and sort of work through it in our own understanding of what we're talking about. And we're not quite there yet. I think there's more to be revealed, as is his usual pattern of teaching. We think he's revealed it all, but yet there's much, much more in a way that has not been revealed. All right, let's go back to these announcements. So join us in the flight to destination, if possible.
This is what we would like to observe, that the next set of the system developed allows the dimension of the carrying multitude of souls in time together in the dimension direction. So if you've never been a passenger before, never been through this series, join it and see how you travel the time and how your soul travels with the emotion of the soul, which is the captain. That's how the system works. Up to now is your soul and the soul of physicality. Now your soul becomes the soul of physicality in respect to the soul of the captain. Your soul of physicality chooses, and then the dimension of the place to manifest itself, the position.
Okay, so Gail, I think you said it correctly. The soul of the man becomes the soul of physicality in respect to connecting with the captain. And then he said the soul of physicality chooses the destination. Is he talking about you or the captain? again, there's a lot of, he's not trying to control it, but just put information out there. But at the same time, he says we control everything in the background. And again, they're the runway, and we're just learning to be sort of the flight system. But again, it's all done without moving an inch from your position. And you can travel and experience the entire creation from that perspective, I believe.
In the coming weeks, we will follow the same pattern as what we did in Beijing. We will announce the presentation of the exhibition, of the production of the material, or one of the other systems of the what we call Keshe Foundation under the banner of the Mark Ray in one of the major capitals around the world. Which means we bring a new dimension into the structure of the development and production of the new materials. That next session of exhibition will be manifestation, will be demonstration of another system which most probably has never been seen in public. Those of you who would like to be part of these exhibitions, as you've seen it in Beijing, you just need to turn up to see. And as we expand the operation of the market cooperation around the world in respect to demonstration of the technology, we try to bring a new dimension into play of the space technology and give man all opportunities to travel in any dimension and any direction. So in the next few weeks, we will announce the next exhibition in one of the major capitals for demonstration of another part of this technology, which will be very fundamental and will be in the next process of the showing of the power of the new technology. We endeavor to show new systems that has never been seen, and then raise the next question to understanding of the next process and technological development of the science. Trying to organize the next exhibition most probably will be in Berlin or in Paris. In one of the two capitals, we will show what we call the next steps in the technological development, which will bring the change to the continent. As we know, Germany is suffering heavily with the lack of energy and the process which has happened in the past few years, and the economy is in the downfall. And the same goes with the French, which are problem. They have problem with the nuclear industry and power production. Therefore, I think some of you can guess will be on the card to boost the economy and the technological development in these two nations. If there are any questions, please let us know, and then we'll try to answer.
So anyone want to guess what's on the card? Another system that has not been shown in public? And it does sound like it's around energy. He did say we would touch the energy sector, and perhaps this is just the opening of that whole touching. I know he talked about having systems ready for about 2 years. They want to warehouse millions of these. I'm thinking he was talking about energy system. It may be gas and electric, or it may be, again, something different, or there may be a progression from, as we went from the gasoline car to the hybrid to the fully electric, there may be that sort of progression as well. But there'll be, to me, there'll be some sort of energy shown, and then, of course, this will, in a way, pre-stage what will be released in the coming probably 22 months or 21 months from now. And we're very enamored with the production of gold. As he said, don't try to replicate this. You'll cause there'll be a lot of issues for you to do it, and then of course you won't be able to convert it. So if he wanted you to know how to make gold, as he told us in Sanya Hanan, that I can teach a 10-year-old girl in 10 minutes how to make gold. So it's not that difficult, but apparently he doesn't want us to have this, and maybe for security or safety reasons or the rest, or we're just not mature enough to be able to handle that system. Any thoughts on that? I know many people have tried to work with this around the foundation and creating gold and the rest of this. Maybe they've gotten to one stage of it, but he said teach a child in 10 minutes. So I don't think he actually wants us to understand this process. I mean, maybe conceptually understand it, which I don't. As he said, it takes a lot of knowledge to set these reactors up in the way they were set up, and one with water, one without water, one solid, and the one not creating any material. So there's a lot of interactions going on there. And I think he just wants to us to understand that the idea of creating materials, and it was shown, as he said, I created gold before your eyes. You may not be able to do it, but you can explain how, in a way, it's done. Not the details, but the overall concept of creating matter from fields, which, of course, we do in the CO2 box. That was part of it, from energy to something that appears as a solid in the matter state. As we know, the Gans makes it makes an energy or a nano of itself and appears as a solid in the matter state. But apparently they're just little suns next to each other. They're not matter state. They're in between the matter state and the plasma state, as I understand it. Shall we listen to the teachings up till we create the Dome of Peace and then move forward? Or perhaps we could just do the Dome of Peace. Let me check in with Alex and see if you need more time, if you're still with us. Are you out in the lunchroom getting a cup of coffee, perhaps? Let's just see if we go back to the teaching.
I was in the boonies.
Yes, no problem.
So you lead the way and I'll follow.
Okay, all right. So let's go. I guess we can go back to the teaching, or we can hear again. I think we need to be more impressed upon this idea that I made gold in front of your eyes. Remember, everyone was asking, show me, show me. And this is what they said to Christ. They said, we'd believe you if you just show us something. And of course, he said, because of your unbelief, we left that city. But Mr. Keshe has now created gold in front of our eyes, at least the amino acid of gold. As he said, there's 2 more steps to actually convert it to the metal you can sell. But we could see how the dark matter turned in. And I think somebody had a gold tester there. I saw someone in the Chinese exhibition. It looked like he had a measuring device for material, and they put some of the what was ever on their finger on it. You can see it if you look carefully, and it didn't get highlighted, but I think he had some sort of tester, and it must have registered. But it's already been done, as he said. Mr. Keshe read off the 2023 or 24 report from the Chinese military and the scientific labs about the 29 materials that were created out of the interaction of fields in smaller amounts, as he said. But with the new system, they're creating much, much bigger pieces of material. It's not a dust anymore. Either way, it's working, but the new system is has advanced capabilities, it sounds like to me. So I think, again, we need to, because gold is so, in a way, everyone's emotionally connected to gold. And again, think of it almost like a UFO, how precious and how rare it is, but we need to tell others that gold has been created. And of course, as more and more people are finding out, a lot of the things they see and hear are fake. They may have this to deal with as well. But once we get a hold of the scientific report, or as he said, maybe we'll hear more, 90 spoonfuls of that material was taken from that exhibition. So I'm sure we'll see a lot of people are testing it to see how real that is. Or if it shows the field of gold. I guess that's how these systems test it. I'm not sure how they do. Anyone know or have a system to test different metals? No problem. Okay, this one is about 14 or 13 minutes or so. So I think we'll listen to this and then we'll go to the top of the hour. We'll do the creation of the Dome of Peace, and then we'll move into Alex's presentation if that's suitable for everyone. Is there anyone who wants to add anything or share anything? Again, I know it's quite a daunting, as he said, this will take some time to work through it, because we've been tangled up in the wrong understanding of time and the wrong understanding of creation and many other things. So we have to sort of unwind these positions, as they say in the stock market and the rest. Feel free to stop it.
Regarding that, I've got a question for you regarding the creation of gold in the universe. The scientists are saying that it's from collisions between neutron stars or between or explosions or eruptions from a magnetar star, which is some of the latest that's come out in the media a couple of weeks ago. And it was due to a scientific paper that they discovered that these magnetars, which they've only observed a few of them, there's extremely strong neutron star material, and when it erupts, it creates heavy materials, gold in particular, and that percent or the gold in the universe was created, and that the gold on the earth has been here since a very long time ago and so on. How does that reconcile with the way that you look at things from your perspective?
If you read what these papers, most of these people say, they say it, but they don't understand it because they look at it on the matter state and not the energy state.
Well, it's like you were saying that first they had a approximate age of the universe at, what was it, a couple of billion years, and then it suddenly became 12.5 billion and keeps jumping up. So they say they are confident in their predictions, and then a few years later they're proven to be wildly off.
And this was all part of the ethos, in a way, of the Keshe Foundation, that no one gets abused due to the lack of knowledge. And that's the other video we might play. When you are knowledgeable, they cannot abuse you. So this is why we're not destroying anything in a way. We're just increasing the knowledge of humanity, that they become aware that this is the way it works. So the churches will not be destroyed, but people, due to their enlightenment, will walk away. And the same with many other things. So this is what we're working on, the enlightenment of the man to the new knowledge, to the new understanding, or the correct understanding of creation, the process of creation, and understanding the creator.
If the world of science understand, actually, if the world of physics understand what we showed in the Beijing exhibition, you can call one of these reactors a supernova star and call the other one dwarf star or whatever they could be. Because when we talk about these entities, they're not there sitting there. They're dynamic and they interact with their environment. And if the interaction of the field of whatever name you give, whatever strength you give, is in interaction with the field of his environment, creates a residue of magnetic field, plasmatic field, which is of gold, gold will manifest itself. Does not need to have a superstar, was our reactor superstar, blah, blah? Tiny little thing. So they don't understand, they have to fantasize. We understand, we materialize. And that's the difference. They come up with every possible imagination. It was very interesting. I monitor many chats, many chats all the time. I spend time to see how knowledge seekers are advancing, understanding what I need to teach later on or whatever. And I, as you know, I have these, what we call WeChat with my Chinese telephone. So I was looking at just constantly going through the Chinese chat, one of the Chinese chats. And this guy totally, utterly trying to be very clever. Obviously, he came from where he came. He came to the exhibition, we don't know, whatever. And he went and put on the Chinese channel that these three are brushless and this one is a brush, this is that, and this is all fake. And I answered, the one which doesn't produce is an empty reactor, so we don't expect it, but it creates fields. And in a way, those who don't understand anything and find a field to talk nonsense, they do because they think they understand. And it was very easy when, if you notice in the presentation, I deliberately opened that reactor, brought it up and showed to you that it's empty, it's got nothing. So there is no dynamism in it.
And we might take a look at that later, Alex, after your teaching. He talked about this one reactor being so gravitational, it wouldn't allow any matter in. I'm trying to understand it a little more, and maybe you can think about that for a minute or two and share with us your understanding later on, if we get to that point.
And if we put it in a certain condition, cannot produce material. How come the other ones which had a liquid all produced? If it is brushes, if it is nothing, so it should have been nothing with the rest of it, or all the same would have been the same. So we have to understand, the world is full of nonsense people, and they try to confirm their existence. And we haven't heard from the guy on the chat. I haven't seen him back again. And we answer it scientifically. We answer it in the way it is. So if you look at the reactor I show, which is empty, there is no dynamic field to interact, but there is a solid field. There is a lot of knowledge behind setting these things up, that it creates a facility and feasibility of the technology. And when I set this,
as he said, there's a lot of knowledge behind setting these reactors up. It's just, you think it's just two balls and you put some material in there and spin them and you get this. I don't think it works that way. It's much, much deeper to do it the right way, to get the result you're looking for. They have to be set in a certain way and controlled, I think, in a certain way as well.
Reactor in that position, I told to the knowledge seekers around that this is not going to produce anything because it's just a gravitational system. But again, gravitational system, what it means creating a shield. We don't see any material in that direction. So when they tell us that such a supernova created so much gold, it can only create gold in respect to what is the environment magnetic field has been, that the balance energy is the plasmatic magnetic field of gold. Then all that star creates gold. The star itself, the galaxy itself, whatever supernova itself, cannot create gold unless its fields internally unbalanced with each other create plasmatic field strength of the gold, that in respect to the inertia of the environment of the universe manifests itself as gold. There are two: the place, the position, and the position.
Again, he's saying that it's not an impossibility if the right fields have come together. Yes, these supernovas or these heavy stars or whatever they are, they can create gold in that position. That is definitely, but that's not all the ways gold is created.
And this is very interesting because we set out to make this clear, to set out to bring this in balance and banner of understanding with everything which goes and everything which sits. Understanding the technology, not just doing it for showing it. As I said, we have many gurus that they cannot eat. We have many people who can lift themselves, but you try to teach another person. People who try to learn these things individually on their own, they are there. They are what I call odd ones. In case
Why is he calling those who learn it on their own odd ones? Any thoughts on that? I thought that was the idea, to find out about yourself and your capabilities. But here he's saying we refer to them as odd ones. We're developing a system so it'll give the capability to everyone to do this. I think that's his point he makes.
we're trying to develop a technology that
I'm just going to bring it back a minute.
individually on their own, that they cannot eat. We have many people who can lift themselves, but you try to teach another person. People who try to learn these things individually on their own, they are there. They are what I call odd ones. In Keshe Foundation, we're trying to develop a technology that every man can benefit by it. And it has to be done step by step. It has to be by understanding it step by step. Why can't we all fly? The thing is now, as you see, next time in May, you have 7 captains. Then in time when the captains get enough confidence, they bring 7, 10, 20 more captains to me. And this is how we start the School of Space Travel, the Enlightenment. But we back it with the technologies, not just them. They are backed heavily by knowledge systems in the background. They connect to, you teach. And then, in a way, us becoming the runway, and they're becoming the aircraft, and they're becoming the pilot.
So he had led us in a way that we do have the capability of doing it, but apparently that whole format of mass transmutation has been changed now to the pilots and the passengers because of the collapse that they've seen so many times with this new system. And again, it's backed by heavy technology in the background. They didn't see in a way, the collapse of the structure. If one person doubted or didn't trust, it made the other ones go down, and then they had to try and regain that position again. With this system, that is not happening, and this is the way they're moving forward. As he said, the pilot will create a number of pilots just through these interactions. I see This has gotten stuck. Okay, I think what we'll have to do is close this. We're going to open it up again, if I can find it. Let's see, and that's not it. I'm not sure where it's hiding now. Here it is. I think we're at around 9 minutes. So let's bring this up again if we can. Okay. And as I said, I'd like to play the other one. We're going to move this to about 9. Sorry about that. Sometimes these, as some other ones have experienced, the systems don't always cooperate. Let's start here.
In May, you have 7 captains. Then, in time, when the captains get enough confidence, they bring 7, 10, 20 more captains to me. And this is how we start the school of space travel, the Enlightenment. But we back it with the technology. It's not just them. They are backed heavily by knowledge systems in the background. They connect to, you teach. And then, in a way, us becoming the runway, and they're becoming the aircraft, and they're becoming the pilot. The knowledge has to be understood and not accepted the way the rubbish comes out of this scientific organization due to the lack of understanding. They have found a star which will, why does it produce gold? You've seen it, we produced it, and how many of you touched it? If you look at the video 2-3 hours in Beijing, we didn't say this is gold and we held it back. We took it to the people. People touched, people put it in their mouth, put it, rubbed it on their skin. This is technology. This is the proof of the concept. Not, oh, we saw something, we know we create the energy of the gold, and now we are certain because we are a bunch of liars, and we confirm our lying because we have access to publication. No more powerful way could have been done than it was done in Beijing this week. We created it in front of you, we set it up in front of you, and you came and you touched it, you tasted it, you felt it. This is how knowledge has to be. Not hidden in patterns, not hidden in all sorts of things. I created gold in front of your eyes. Very soon I'll manifest Christ in front of your eyes to see. And all the prophets which you believe in, for them to finish all these wars. Because man only believes when he sees the master. And that part of teaching, to manifest Christ, Muhammad and the rest, is part of teaching of today, if you understood. We travel into the time. And in time, you shall see the energy fields of those who match with you to see.
As he said, you'll see it in the energy dimension with those whose fields you match to see. So it's not going to be manifesting Christ and he's going to get in your car and you're going to take him out for a drive, I don't think. You'll see him in the dimension of energy if you match up with what you want to see. Any thoughts on that? When he says, I'll manifest Christ before you?
Somebody said to me, how do we know this is Muhammad, bless his name? I said, it's very simple. His clothes are still with the Saudis, bring it to dress him. This is the way technology has to be. Tested, tasted, and put to total examination in open, not behind doors and nobody understands. We brought the machines, we said what they do, you saw the material, and now there's a spoon of it. 90 spoons of material has been distributed among Chinese. When we bring the demonstration in different part of the world, you all have the chance to do. On the screen you see the gold on my finger, that's where I came from, it's called. Knowledge seekers, you've seen how many of them. I took the material to people to touch. One guy who was at the front, this is the guy who was writing all the rubbish I think before, but oh look, this sticks to my camera, it's a iron. I said, guy, this is a plasma, it's magnetic, it sticks to anything. It's plasmatic in the metal state, it sticks to my hands. And then when he rubbed it, oh, it's gold, I got gold on my camera. How can the gold magnetize when it's supposed to be iron? When people don't understand, you can abuse it. When people understand, there is no abusing, there is no profits. Any other question?
And that's why it's important that you become that last man standing and understand more of the knowledge, that no one can abuse you here or across the universe. And gradually, step by step, we're being brought into that position. As he said, I'm bringing you into the universal community as equals, not as lesser or in a way greater than those entities who we quite enamor right now, but I think we'll find out that we have a lot to teach them. And of course, they have a lot to teach us as well. Shall we create the Dome of Peace now and take a few minutes in this process? Any thoughts or comments or questions? And of course, this is another area that you can participate in. It doesn't cost you anything, maybe a few dollars to make a GANs. Again, or you can create the energies, I think, within your own structure. But this is something for the physicality to do, so I think he is actually talking about the GANs material, or the water of GANs, which is the third of the container, whatever container you have, is the what we call the water of the GANs. If you go too far in and it hasn't settled, you're getting too much GANs material in there. So we normally let a container settle for a while, take off the top third or maybe a little bit more, as I do sometimes, and then release that as a process of elevation of the soul of this planet and all its inhabitants. And as he said, a Chinese woman was dumping buckets of GANs into the rivers and the streams. She understood the elevation of the soul. So again, this is something for the physicality to do. Every Sunday, we collectively release the GANs waters. And of course, we're just doing this collectively on Sunday. You can do it at any time, every day, as much as you like. But collectively, we're doing it at this time. It's something for the physicality to do. And as we understand, the material knows where to go and knows what to do, primarily creating balance in a structure. So let's hear from Stefania.
I don't know if anyone want to read this Dome of Peace. Anyone want to offer?
I will
With a nice
read it
voice.
for you.
Okay.
This is what came in and what is now become a pattern. This from a guy, I don't know him, but it says, please remember this Sunday and every Sunday from now on, till we raise the soul of this planet to a peaceful planet. Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers worldwide will spread the gas waters around the world at 12 p.m. Central European Time and or 18 p.m. Central European Time every Sunday at the same time as they choose which time to suit them. Thank you for participating in this greatest movement by the soul of the man to bring about the peace on this planet as the permanent feature of the life of this planet.
Does anyone have any questions about this process? I'm sure we're all doing it and we all understand it. And this is the way we continue to do this until we reach that peaceful, permanent condition on this planet. As he said, the GANS has a certain characteristic of understanding what it needs to do and then accomplishing that in the creation of balance. You can put your intentions in it too. I think that is suggested, but the material does know where to go and what to do to bring balance into the situation. So as we increase this from thousands to millions to billions of people, I think this will help the whole process of reaching that peace. And as he said with the gold, this is the cornerstone of creating peace or ending materialism. He said the showing of the creation of gold is it brings us halfway, in a way, to the peace process, to the permanent peace. And of course, a lot of that has to do with the elevation of the soul of the man. If we give you the advanced technology within one generation or 2 generations without the elevation of the soul of the man, we'll be right back in the position we are today. So this elevation of the soul is quite an important, if we don't want to allow this situation to revert back into what it's been for thousands of years on this planet. So feel free to join it and to do it as early and as often as you'd like. Now we'll go to the second step of the Dome of Peace, and this is where we use the collective powers of our energies, of our emotions in a way, to create that Dome of Peace. And a lot of this has to do as well as the elevation of the leaders in this process. We're not only connecting with one another, but we're giving to the souls that are so low they don't know any other position. They don't even probably realize they can elevate to a more enlightened position. So this is what, in a way, we're doing. And plus, we're learning about our own capabilities of giving and receiving energies. So it does have this understanding, of course, will be taken into the universe as you work with this energy dimension. So this is all connected to using now, but also as we master more and more of it, to use quite nicely, I think, in the future. So let's go to this second step, which is, again, the collective powers of our souls or our emotions.
Anybody wants to read the Dome of Peace? I mean, beautiful souls. Here? Okay. I'll read this beautiful presentation of Dome of Peace. And the Dome of Peace is already here. All the knowledge seekers, truth seekers, lovers of humanity has built it in a way, spreading the guns, loving each other as shareholders. So I will read this as please remember, every Sunday from now on until we raise the soul of this planet to a peaceful planet, Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers worldwide will spread the Gans waters around the world at 12 p.m. CET and or at 18 p.m. CET every Sunday at the same time, as they choose which time to suit them. Thank you for the participation in this greatest movement by the soul of man to bring about the peace on this planet as a permanent feature of the life of this planet. Mr. Keshe suggests we add the next step to create the Dome of Peace with power of the souls, as we have already going through this with the 2 eyes. And we ask you to spread the Gans waters each Sunday. Now we give you a new path. Now try to unite each other's souls. Try to elevate the souls of humanity, soul of humanity, through your own soul to a level that no one can touch, the embodiment of the human race. So beautiful. Choose a time where all of you come together on the soul level in a state of inner calmness. At that time, don't spread the water of guns, but spread your soul. Unite, and in time, we will make a new race out of the soul of man. And then, instead of doing it once a week, do it all the time. Mtkesh.
Well, thank you, Shweta, and thank you, Stefania. And again, you can do it at any time. Collectively, we're stronger, but you can also practice this individually. Again, this is the energy dimension. So let's, in a way, move into that energy dimension for 2.5 minutes. You can continue to do whatever you're doing. As Mr. Kesh said, if you're climbing a mountain, driving the car, changing the baby, the physicality is not involved in this process. As we know, we operate in both dimensions, and we can actually operate in both dimensions simultaneously, as I understand it. And we can also be in multiple positions, as I understand it, but that will be taught, I think, or shared or allowed you to experience that in a future time. Or maybe some of you are already experiencing that. So let's just use the collective power of the soul. We'll take 2.5 minutes, and we will elevate the world leaders, the world religious leaders, all those negotiating for peace. As we see, it's quite touch and go, it seems, in the Middle East. If the negotiations collapse between the United States and Iran, Israel is ready to move in with some bombing and this and that. So let's continue to add our energies and the emotions that this can have a peaceful resolution, and the countries can start working together, collaborating together, bringing man into this dimension of traveling the universe, gaining an aspect of immortality, all the things that have been promised in the books, the holy books of the past or the present. So let's just take 2.5 minutes if we can, and we'll start now. Thank you all for your continued participation in this process, but that's how easy it is to work through the energy dimension. It doesn't take a lot of energy and it doesn't take a lot of work. And one of the most beautiful parts of this elevation of others or collectively working together, whether you've been doing it for years or whether this is your first time, Mr. Keshe indicated that nobody fails this test. We all have different fields, and those combination of fields leads to an outcome that we're intending. So never doubt or don't doubt, because you are making a difference in the souls of the world leaders, religious leaders, the scientific community, the physicists, and the rest. I think these fields know where they need to go as well, just as we understood with the Gans waters. Our fields, which we generate, know where to go, know what is needed. And again, this is the elevation, not of the man, but of the soul of these leaders, religious, political, scientific, and others. So thank you all for your continued participation in this process. And this is how we'll bring the change, or this is one of the ways. We're not alone in this process, as we've seen. The sun is involved. Other systems are involved. The universal community is involved. Universal teachers are involved. So there's many, many aspects that we could be aware of, or perhaps we're not even aware of. But it all has to be done in this sort of energy dimension, even though we're showing some things in the matter state, but we just use those matter state demonstrations in a way to understand the work of the soul of the man. So thank you all. Alex, if you're ready, I think we're ready for you. Looking forward to another beautiful teaching or sharing of the knowledge. And thank you again for joining us and being here with us to, in a way, enlighten us and share your understanding of the technology.
And thank you very much for leading the pack here, Mark. Let's get this important business out of the way, and we'll be back with you shortly.
Disclaimer: the information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of Gans processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
And thank you all for participating today. This is what makes our meeting so strong. We are the third in the series every week. The third dimension. And the first one being, of course, on Thursday, the Knowledge Seekers Workshops. And then Friday, the Brazilian community leads the way. And we just follow. And we have a very good leader with Mark Anderson. So thank you very much. And I want to thank all the panelists who are supporting us in all the other continents, and all the people who've continued to listen to these presentations and trying in so many ways to understand better what is going on. So let's get into it, because this is part of the Keshe American Knowledge Team meetings of 2025, and it's just a continuation. And so what we're trying to do here is bring more knowledge or more understanding of this knowledge. This is the Keshe Foundation, Spaceship Institute, Teachings on Plasma Science. We are in the basic nanotech series here. Today we're going to talk about portability. My name is Alexander. I am from Canada. It is May the 25th and 2025. This is the Keshe Foundation North America Plasma Education Series. So I hope you have fun today because we're trying to condense all the teachings, thousands and thousands of hours, and even still we're getting into many, many hours. But what we're trying to do is to put it together in a way that the mature knowledge seekers can move ahead, but not so as to leave the new knowledge seekers behind. And so this is the challenge, because right now we have to hit a critical mass, and we are slightly below that. However, it is above a revolutionary stage. I think it only took about 3% to bring on the American Revolution. And now we're looking at a world revolution, and maybe we need a little bit of a higher percentage. We are there. We are ready to deliver. But the thing is that what we're looking for is for the practical application of this technology. And so being a space organization, we have to wonder, how is this information coming together for the average person on the street like you and me? And portability comes into the question here because computer people will understand that portability is something that is able to take information from one system and put it into another. So in other words, to download information from a mainframe, say, to a personal computer, or to download information from the cloud to a laptop, or download information from maybe the creator. Yeah, there's the ticket. And some of us don't need any assistance in that, but we're talking about an extremely small percentage. So let's deal with the bigger situation at hand. And so what we're trying to do is to better understand the complex books of Marantava Keshe, as he put together in book number 1, what is called the universal order of the creation of matters. Now, what I would like to comment on is that what is most gratifying, and we've all come through educational systems in varying degrees, but regardless, we always come to the end of our so-called formal education, and we have questions, many, many questions. And the answer to a lot of these questions is, I don't know. And we've kind of grown to accept that. So here we are with the universal order of creation. And you say, well, where did the matters come from? And the answer is from matter, dark matter, and antimatter. How concise is that? So then becomes a challenge to understand what these matters are. But in order to understand that, we have to understand the structure of light. And so this is a revelation for a lot of people, because we didn't know that light had a structure. It was just something that came and went, and we saw a lot of it during the daytime, and we didn't have too much at night. And it tells us that the structure of light is traveling from one place to another. And as we see in the cover of book number 2, it's from one universal matter to another universal matter. And we're not exactly clear which matters we're talking about, because in fact they're undifferentiated. And so that's a very technical term, because we don't differentiate with what that matter is. It is non-specific. But the origin of the universe as described in book number 3 is very specific because that is our universe. And yet we don't know much about it because we're locked into our little tiny universe, unaware that we have a sister universe, and unaware, of course, that our universe and the sister universe were created from another point of origin. And then, of course, there's the rest of the universe. So scale comes into it. Scale comes into the discussion. So we are preoccupied with our little part of our little planet, and we like to subdivide it with all the nations. And of course, each of us has our own race, and this is why we call it a race, because it's competitive. But for 379 weeks, Rick Crammond and the Universal Council, all of the Earth members were putting forward one planet, one nation, one race for justice and world peace, to understand that we are all part of the humanity race and that our planet is our home. And so our race, our home, is actually one nation. And so there really isn't any reason to have a competition on that basis. And it is kind of going against everything that we've been brought up socially, and whether it be in terms of business or relationships, whether it's friendship or marriage or social or career-wise or education or sports. There's always a competition. And so it's a lot of fun. But that entertainment, which is what it is not really bringing peace and prosperity to our planet. And this is something that when we always ask, how do we achieve that? And there's that time-tested traditional answer, I don't know. But there is a plasma rule, and that rule changes the game. So where the higher strength feeds the weaker strength, it goes in direct competition with the rule of the strongest, where the higher strength eats the weaker strength. And so this becomes a conflict point. But we have to understand that each conflict point, as it's implicated, doesn't mean war. It means a kind of energy field. And as such, there's always a potential for creating this conflict point into a binding zone. And we find that when we're talking about the universal order of creation of matter, then that becomes what we call an inertia density manifestation, where you take the two fields and you bring them together into an inertia field. And of course, because it is of a lower energy, it has more density. And because it is a product of our plasma state, then to manifest in physicality, it has to come down into lower density. So the implication, of course, is that this becomes a minimization. This becomes a kind of a defeat, something that, we have come down a peg or two. And so we see that all of us have this energy binding need. And since each of us have this need, it is a self-serving need. But what we've grown accustomed to is that drawing that energy binding from others. And if we do it at the expense of others who also have an energy binding, self-serving need, then we find that suddenly there is a deficiency. And if we look around at our planet and we find that, fortunately for us, the planet was here before we were, and there was no deficiency, at least as far as we were concerned, because we were capable of doing that energy binding in a self-serving manner. So something has gone wrong here. And one of those things, of course, is that we've been given this set of 10 commandments. And all my life, I personally have been wondering about these 10 commandments because uh, how come there's 10? Who chose the 10? And, there are many things that could be construed as commandments, but it seems that these 10 here are the most important. But then we find out that there's the completion of the missing commandments is another 14. Interestingly enough, brings a total of 24 commandments. And then number 11 here is very, very important because thou shalt not lie. And as we've always said, one of the best games on earth is poker. And it's basically a game of liars. And who is the best liar wins. And so when there is a winner, not only are there other losers, but in this case, it is highly destructive because the winner, it takes all, and the losers have nothing left. And so this is one way to fulfill our energy binding needs at the expense of not some, but all. And so for a lot of people, this becomes a career choice. And of course, we see the near-term effects, and maybe we are jealous, and maybe we want to be like them. So we find that maybe, if we accumulate more money or more wealth, then we become superior in some way without having to actually qualify how we achieved that wealth or supposed superiority. So it really doesn't matter. The means has no bearing on the end. And so if we violate all the commandments that we have here, then maybe we can achieve outstanding success in terms of our fame and fortune. And of course, because of the delay and consequences on this planet, it's not something that we're too concerned with, are we, on a daily basis? Or are we? Because what we see is that there's a regular degeneration of our health and vitality on this planet. And so now with the Keshe Foundation, we're not only able to gas up, but we're able to go for the gold and achieve the vitality enhancement that we need in both the emotional and the physical state. And so many are overcommitted to the physical state, and many are overcommitted to the emotional state. And so it becomes a competition to find which one is, the most effective. And we find that there's a crossover here between the two. But then there's the other one, which is the mental state, and then of course there's the spiritual state, and we've always, when we've asked these questions, the answer has always been I don't know. And again, that's never been acceptable, not in my book anyway. I had to accept it, but who is going to teach you? And so it isn't just as part of the Keshe Foundation that Mr. Keshe is the teacher. But if we understand the plasma science, then we find the plasma science is the teacher. And then what we wonder is, what is the plasma science and where does it come from? And so there are pathways, and one of these pathways is the transmutation highway. And so we find that that is the highest energy state. And with that energy state, we're able to take advantage of the merging of the carbon-16 and the carbon-8, which is very exotic as an isotope. And we find that those two fields come together. And so the coming together and the product we have is an inertia field. And yet, so when we look at the basic highways, we find that there's another intermediary one, which is the transition highway. We're bringing together the carbon-14 and the carbon-12. I'm sorry, carbon-14 and carbon-10, and then we have a carbon-24 total on the transition highway. So somehow on the physical highway, the lowest transmission highway that we know of, we only reference carbon-12. And how is that possible that everything else seems to have, like in the cover of book number 2, the coming and the going, coming from and going to, and we only have the one product? So there's a lot that's missing. And so we find that when we say, we want to see the light, where does the light come from? And why do we need the light? And so it seems to be that where the light comes from is on the other side of the darkness. Because what we see most of is the darkness. And we seem to accept that because as we see in the energy binding for self-serving purposes, there are a lot of short-term rewards. But if we understand that these are not equal in terms of strength, and when we talk about strength, we're talking about energy states. So our carbon inertia highway is very much tied to the physical matter state. But when we look at the other side of the equation, it is very much tied into the plasma state of the creator. And so we have to wonder which one is the stronger. But, well, we have to think that it's usually our physicality and everything is in reference to that. But what happens if we understand that there's more dynamic action than meets the eye? And so we find that with the cups of life didn't seem to be a big deal. We didn't call it the cups of the pandemic. That didn't seem to be a big deal. But it involved the nanocoating process of the monatomic science, and in such, it drew energy from our core space, translated through our inner space, and it gave us not only the emotional strength, but also the physical strength. And then if we understand that the emotional strength and the physical strength comes together to give us our humanity strength, if it is in balance, if it is of proper field strength, then we can maintain that vitality. So in addition to that, we have many Ganses that we're able to manifest. And the most important ones were carbon and calcium and zinc and copper. And then there's water and amino acid. But all of the elements in the periodic table of elements are part of our physiology. And of course, there's a lot of people who do anything to get the gold, and we can produce the gold GANs. But most importantly, we found where the cup of the soul exists. And this is one of the I don't know questions that is fundamentally resolved. And so as we zero in on that, we come to the revelation that we know that the emotional cup has a magnetical gravitational relationship and therefore a soul. And the physical cup has likewise a magnetical gravitational relationship and therefore a soul. And likewise, so does the cup of soul. And this becomes very important to understand that there is a magnetical gravitational relationship there as well. And of course, this becomes the residence of the soul. So when these three come together, so what we're talking about, the cup of the soul, the cup of the emotion, the cup of the physicality, and each of them have a magnetical gravitational relationship. And then that becomes the resting point for the soul to take in all of these fields. And so that point becomes a fundamental core strength. And from there, we can build. And we have created the cup of the universe, which is basically linked to that. And so we have the left and the right hemisphere of the brain, which is operating on a different kind of energy level, and it connects us to the universe. And so we see the same kind of interaction where we have the copper gans, which is physical, and the zinc gans, which is emotional, and then we have the carbon gans, which is tied to the universe. And so these three come together, and we find that we're able to create our physicality. So that becomes the sum of the individual components, or 1 + 1 + 1 = 3. But the cup of the universe keeps feeding, so we still have the one. And this is kind of different. If you look at how we exchange matter state, so you want to buy a car, and the person who is selling the car wants the money. So you have money, you give that money to the person with the car, and they give you the car. You have less money, but now you have a car. And the person who sold the car has more money, but less car. Well, the universe will tell you, if you exchange that money for the car, you will still have the money, and you will have the car. And it will not only you, and not only at perhaps the expense of the person who's selling, but the person who's selling would also have the money and also have the benefit of the car. So not at the expense of the buyer. And this is kind of a different point of view, but it just shows how the universe is working, because we are taking the combination forces together into account. And so there we see the gravitational manifestation. And of course, we have to understand that the grand central station of the Earth has many ganses. And each of these ganses is manifest into one of the elements on the periodic table of elements. So fortunately for us, we have a place to go and do our thing. And if it wasn't for the Earth having already previously done its thing, we would have no place to do that thing. Maybe. But all of us here are on Earth, and we're kind of scratching our heads and saying, well, where do we come from? And of course, always that answer is, I don't know. What are we doing here? I don't know. And what happens after we leave? And I don't know. And how do we get all these ganses? And how do we get all these minerals? Well, they're there, so we might as well dig them up, forgetting that the Earth had to create these minerals. And so we are in the era of Beyond Beijing, which happened on May the 10th of 2025, where we saw the manifestation of gold before our eyes. And that should not be unusual. We could say we don't know. Okay, well, that's fine. But fortunately for us, the Earth knows. So really the question is, how does the Earth know before we know? And of course, up until now, that answer has also been, I don't know. So we're kind of getting tired of those answers. But, what we understand about the density is that it implies a falling. And through that falling, we have an increased density, increased pressure, and of course, increased gravity. And so there is an equation where the angular momentum equals the moment of inertia times the angular, and that's all fine and dandy, assuming that everything is fixed. And in that process of understanding this angular density, one of the ways to summarize the whole thing is that we are the victims of fallen angels, and maybe we ourselves are fallen angels. And history is rife with fallen angels. And because we have fallen, well, too bad, so sad. But when we look at the plasma science, we find that things are changeable and there's a rate of change. And this rate of change can be incremental, except it's incremental in levels of magnitude, which means 10 times more. So each level of increase, so when we go from 1 to kilo, is 3 times 10. In other words, 10 times 10 times 10. So 10 to the power of 3. And mega is 6, and giga is 9, and tera is 12. But we can go in the other direction, make it smaller. And then, so we go down to milli, micro, nano, and that's what we're talking about, basic nanotech here, and understanding that there's picotech. And, have we achieved the outer limits? What we have done is we have emerged out of the box of the old science. And this is very gratifying as well, because instead of having to basically resign ourselves to the answers of I don't know, we are now starting to achieve answers of here are the possibilities, here's what we're seeing, and here is an explanation, and let's see how accurate that explanation is. And like all good theories, once it's been disproved, it's no longer a theory, it's science fiction. And as we can see with the plasma science, it's working. So we now understand the monatomic meaning, which is the creation of the magnetical gravitational force fields of what we call plasmatic matter. But that matter also comes together individually through patterns, which we call maggraphs. So the basic pattern of a maggraph is the magnetical gravitational force fields. But if we have multiple maggraphs coming together, then we create something else. And last week, we saw that it was nanostars. So we have a progression, and if we're discussing how the atomic understanding is manifest, we can liken that to the chains of man. So on the atomic level, atoms are chained together by density. But when we get into the monatomic level, they still cling together, but they're not chained. And so this is our breakout, where we go from being chained to being unchained, because at that point, not only do we have more capabilities, but these capabilities are many orders of magnitude of a higher energy state. So just to simply go from the atomic to the monatomic is 10 to the power of 9. And that's a big number. So we're starting to see that we are enlisting the powers of a higher power. And how high is that power? So if we understand what the nanotech really is a transition from what we call the monoatomic to the monomolecular. And so we've seen a transition where we go from nanocaps to nanotubes to nanostars. And these nanostars can become monostars. just like the monatomic nanotech. And so what happens on the next step? Can we go into the, shall we say, monomolecular stars, the monostars of stars? How far can we go? And so we're starting to see, despite the answer to that question being, I don't know, what we're starting to see is that we are now making some progress, because where the road was straightened, very narrow, very limited, simply by putting a bend in the road, we've been able to navigate into a higher energy field. And this becomes very important. So we've talked a lot about the surface to volume ratios because it's important to understand charges and direction of flow. And so the higher the surface to volume ratio, the higher the negative charge. So this is how we define the difference between the charges based on points and faces. So by putting a bend in the road, we created another point. And so we have also created another face. But we're out of balance here because we have 3 negative charges and 2 positive charges. So we now have the opportunity to create a new dimension where we introduce a 3rd charge. And so it's balanced between 3 negatives and 3 positives. We also find that this is the fundamental balance between the hydrogen and the oxygen, where the hydrogen is negative and the oxygen is positive. So if we combine these nanocharges together from all these straight lines, then we find that we are able to create charges that can add together, or we can create charges that minus each other. And if the endpoints are always negative, then the question is, how can you bring all these negative charges together and change their polarity? So if we were to say bringing all these charges together increases their mass, and the higher the mass, the higher the positive charge. Well, there we go. Now we understand what a gradient is. So with a charge gradient, the flux lines run along the surface, and the gradients cut across flux lines, and it involves steepness. So the steeper it is, the greater the gradient. And since the higher energy flows towards the lower energy, then the rate of flow comes into question based on the steepness. Okay, well, so now we have a gradient flow. So, but there are 2 flows: the transition, which cuts across these flux lines, or the transmission, which goes along these flux lines. But those are not the only ones that we're involved with, because the famous Brazilian mathematician Dino Kraspedon, who was reflecting on our so-called mathematical residue, and he found that, made the point that God is a set of mutually perpendicular lines of force oscillating upon themselves. So that means you have these perpendicular lines, and they are creating something, but they're still there. And so if we look at the structure of a cube, where we see the coming together of the X, Y, and Z axis, and then we try and navigate along each axis, we find that we cannot cross over if we wanted to navigate on this particular structure. That is the limitation of the physicality. So we have to follow a path that's open. And so we have one path that is yellow and one path that is orange and one path that is red. And if we look at plasma positioning, we find that it's possible for this plasma to occupy the faces. So we have face centering plasma, and then, of course, a combination of these faces puts us into body centering. So these are different criteria for creating positioning. So if we get back to the travel, and if we take that cube and just reposition it slightly, we can see that we can create this hexagonal format. And this is a fundamental component of organic chemistry, if you will, or biology. A lot has to do with that hexagonal structure. And if we were to focus only on these three dimensions individually and remove the cube, we're left with just the pathways. And there's no reference point. There's no way to say, well, we know that there's a start and we know there's a finish, but it's, really kind of hard to say which way the energy goes. So we can say that it's undifferentiated. So yeah, we don't know which way it goes. There's that I don't know. But the factor is that it's undifferentiated. So the energy does flow. And if we put them together, we find that as we overlap these dimensions, they do have a start point and they do have an end point. But maybe the end point is the start point and the other end is the end point. So the possibility is there. But what if we flip everything around? What if we reverse the pathways? Well, we don't know what we're referencing, but with respect to the X, Y, and Z axis and the pathways, there's still a start point, and there's still an end point. We just don't know which one is which. So despite the fact that we've reversed it, without a reference point, it doesn't carry any meaning. And so then if we take these paths and we have one that is reversed, through our understanding of the science of inertia, we find that there is something else that's going on. So if we go through this three-dimensional recombination, and we said, okay, well, there's one set of three-dimensional paths, and if we flip everything around, there's another set of three-dimensional paths. But if we combine these two, we find that we have a three-dimensional pathway where, regardless of which way these three dimensions are structured, there is no conflict. There's always a pathway. And then when we look at the recombination, whoa, the structure manifests again without the structure. How can the structure manifest without a structure? All we did was we combined the paths and the pathways and the energy traveling along these pathways. So therefore, we have a recombination of three dimensions on one side and a recombination of three dimensions on the other side, and the coming together of what we call an inertia product field. And it implies a structure, but it has not manifested into the physicality yet. And so if we were just to take that plasmatic structure and we can suggest that it's a hexagonal crystal or it's a cubic crystal. And so the pathways indicate that there's a crystalline connectivity. And if we were to stretch it along the x-axis, it would maintain that connectivity. If we were to stretch it along the y-axis, it would still maintain that. So there's a immediate implication of a crystalline stability. So regardless of the axis. And then if we introduce the z-axis, which could be, everywhere, but it basically takes into account the 3 dimensions of the crystalline stability. So what we find is that we have a 3-dimensional portability where we can go through different energy states and energy stage transitions. So if we're in a solid, that is very crystalline. But if it's in liquid, then, it can kind of wave around and it's kind of flexible. But if it's gaseous, well, it's all over the place. And then if it's plasma state, well, where is it? And so the thing is that the rules for the plasma state has a 3-dimensional portability through all of these energy state transitions from solid to liquid to gaseous to plasma state. And so that connectivity and that stability is inherent. But will it manifest into physicality? And will it manifest into that particular physicality that it came from? So in other words, the connectivity is portable, but the manifestation of the physical state is not determined. It is undifferentiated. So the stability is inherent in the energy state. We know that there's a stability in the physical state. So what we're saying is that there's a 3-dimensional stability in the energy state. And what we're saying is that there is a portability of the connectivity and the stability from the physical state to the energy state. In the energy state, however, it is undifferentiated. So it does not necessarily follow that it would remanifest back into the original physical state. Because you see, the original physical state is a manifestation, inertia product of plasma state fields in the first place. So how did that connectivity manifest? So we found that when we did the nanocoating of the copper wire, we created a carbon nanocrystal. And then we basically combed all the charges together so that they were all working together. When you're rowing a boat, if they all row together, the boat goes faster. So that is done on a monatomic alignment. And we see that we can facilitate a gradient charge And so when we're talking about that gradient, we're referencing a negative positive junction. And we can see that we can also create a perpendicular momentum. This represents a mass in motion. And we can see this motion reflected in the waves that are emitted out of the surface of the sun. And then we can see multiple waves in such that they are stacked. So the question then becomes, is if the perpendicular momentum is part of the portability of the energy that is emitted at as a perpendicular momentum, it would affect the NP junction on, say, the first circular field, but then it would also affect the second circular field. So that energy is portable, but that energy is not the same. So we see that it is wider at the top than it is at the bottom. And so the whole energy is now operating as a rotating field containment. And that containment is part of the intensity and the outtensity of the rotating field. There is no physical constraint. So we basically created an emission tube where the outside is the magnetical rotating field, and at the core is the gravitational rotating field. So if we take this hexagonal format and reposition it, kind of put it on its side, we're still maintaining the X, Y, and Z axis, and we're still maintaining the connectivity and that stability. But if we apply it in the manifestation of physicality, and we see that at the core, we create this hexagonal format. And if we have one, well, maybe there's another. Oh, well, yes, there is. And we can create another hexagonal format. So there's a relationship between the inner hexagonal format and the outer hexagonal format. So then we start to understand that maybe, since we've seen the pictures of Saturn's pole, and it is a large hexagonal pole, maybe we understand how the planet seems to be circular and the rings seem to be circular, but the pole seems to be hexagonal. And the question then is, how do we transition from this hexagonal, shall we say, crystalline connectivity into this circular stability? And so if we introduce this circular stability in this particular diagram and we link it all together, we find that there is a relationship between the hexagonal format in the core and these pseudo-circular fields that surround it, which actually surround it in a circular fashion. Isn't that interesting? And this is exactly the physical manifestation of a daisy. And if we look closely, we can see the hexagonal formations in the yellow core and the pseudocircular formations in the petals. And then we see how these daisies multiply and they look like a whole bunch of nanocaps. And yet we know within that nanocap is a structure, is a crystalline connectivity and a crystalline stability. And as the plant grows, so we find that it is creating different positions. And it does that by creating these gaps and these nanogaps. Wherever there's a nano cap, there's also a nano gap, and there's millions of nano caps, so there's millions of gaps. And as such, when they come together, each one being a magnetical gravitational representation of a field force, and when more of them come together, they create millions of dynamic plasma reactors. So the combination of the caps and the gaps are part of the plasmatic reactors. And we see that there is a connectivity. Whether there is a crystalline connectivity in the physical state or a crystalline connectivity in the plasmatic state, but there is a crystalline stability in this particular case because we have a stable MAGRAV system. So this is fundamental point in dimension building. So where we add one, we add a second one, connect one, add a third one, connect two, add a fourth one, and connect three, and we end up in a star formation. And this is exactly what happens with the nanostate, with the monatomic particles on a copper substrate. And so they create this lattice configuration, but there are thousands, tens of thousands of monatomic layers. And each of these layers, as we see by the blue layers sitting on top of the black layer, they nest kind of nicely together and they create these star formations, but they also create these patterns in the core, which are six-sided and have 6 points. And so we see that the graphene has this kind of gravitational connection as well, where we have the 3 negative charges added together. So the connector then becomes negative, but the nanostructure creates a low pressure opening. So by putting the layers on, we create these star formations that fill these pressure points in these openings. And of course, there's an up and a down, and how do we know which way is up and which way is down? How do we know? Because we can reverse it. So we can have a diamond structure. And so they don't align as a nanotube, but they align as a diamond structure that closes these tubes. So we have a nanolayer stacking system. And in the nanocoating, we can do 30 to 40,000, but not only, and that can continue. And that can maintain its crystalline structure, its connectivity, its stability. And so we find that the graphene has these added capabilities, but we find that the nanostate has a monatomic energy flow. And we see that as what we call synergy, where 1 + 1 + 1 is more than 3. And so we have to go into the 3-dimensional nanosphere state. And the thing about it is that it creates multiple monatomic energy flow. And so we have it as a superconductor at room temperature. But the difference between the organic structure and the polymer structure is that more than 3 in a chain is a polymer. So if we have 3 in an organic structure, it has to fold over and it creates a star formation of the star formations. In other words, it becomes a nanostar straight, and it could go up or it could go down. There is no differentiation from this with respect to direction of flow because we don't have a reference point. So when we look at this nanosphere state and we say, if it's a chain, then it's not living matter. But it would still have a magnetical gravitational relationship, and it would still have a soul. Because without those components, it would not exist. So it becomes a conductor, a superconductor at room temperature. Our amino acid is structured the same way, except for a small, big deal. It's not all carbon. Now we have oxygen, hydrogen, and nitrogen. And so when we look at how this superconductor at room temperature is made, we find that our essential fatty acids are also amino nanostars, and they're created the same way, but they do have a direction of flow, and they do have a structure, and they do have a connectivity. But they are not differentiated as of yet, because again, there's no reference. So we know that there is a flow, we know there's a connectivity, we know there's a stability, but there's no reference. And so to differentiate between a polymer and a protein, we see that 3 amino acids are the foundation, and the 4th amino acid causes a folding over to make the protein. When you create one, then you create the other, and that other is a byproduct, which we call H2O, water. And why do we know that? Well, because oil and water don't mix. Why don't they mix? Because they split up into protein and water. That's what causes the separation. So that separation is reflected in the star formation, what we call the magnetical gravitational. So that also implies a separation. So if we look at the structure of the star formation and we find that the higher mass, the oxygen, nitrogen, and carbon is of a higher mass, it's in the gravitational field state. And the hydrogen is in the magnetical field state. So now we have a direction of flow with respect to the star formation. And since we understand that the universal order of creation is bringing together all of these matters, the matter, dark matter, and the antimatter, so that each star formation is a star formation product. It's a star formation product, which we call inertia field, with the coming together of the matter, dark matter, and the antimatter. And as such, it creates a connectivity, which gives us a gravitational stability. In order to have the gravitational stability, automatically there's a separation to a magnetical stability. So this is what we're seeing when we're looking at the rotating balls, because these rotating balls, although they're driven by a motor, they have GANs inside, which creates a field strength, and that field strength is a plasma field. And the fact that they are put together in a star formation, as we see here with the exhibit in Beijing a couple of weeks ago, these rotating balls are also in a star formation. And as such, a funny thing happens. We create a dynamic reactor. In other words, all of the plasma fields that were created, they maintain their connectivity, they maintain their stability, but they also create an inertia field product in the core. And at that point, then the question is, how do we differentiate what it is? And so we find that because there's some dynamic reactors that don't create anything. And that is the opposite, isn't it? When you create something, you also create something else. So if we're drawing all the energy, if you will, to create the gold, then all the other energy is in the shielding. And so that's how you have the interaction with the dynamic star reactors. There is a stability and there's a separation of force fields. And these are all dynamic reactions. So when we look at the dynamic plasma alone, we remove the structure and we look at the plasma field flow and we find that there's a gravitational force field in the center, which is highly positive. So all the energy that goes around is magnetical. But as we can clearly see, there are many paths. There's not just one path. And so we don't know what this is because there's no reference to what it is. However, we can see clearly that there is a connectivity and that there is a stability, but there is no manifestation. This is part of the plasma reality. So when we're looking at the dynamic plasma, it is all part of the matter state. So the dynamism of the plasma state and the plasma state interacting with the GAN state facilitates the matter state. All of this is in matter state. And everything, whether it's in physicality or whether it's in a plasma state, has a separation between the magnetical and the gravitational fields, which are opposite charges, but we don't have a clue as to which direction is going because there's no reference. So within its own structure, we have a magnetical gravitational field, but it's undifferentiated. So if we understand the star core component, it's magnetical gravitational. And then if we understand that there's a backside to it, opposite. So where we have a magnetical gravitational relationship, we also have a gravitational magnetical relationship. And so this becomes an inertia field. And in that process, as they bind together, they create this gravitational stability. That is the soul of the inertia. So where we have the energy converging or the energy diverging, depending on the direction of flow, we have the star formation inertia is the conversion due to its gravitational stability. So through this entire process, it maintains its connectivity and it maintains its stability. And if we look at the same principle of charge relationship with curves, we can find that we can create a gravitational stability on the inside of the curve and a magnetical stability on the outside of the curve. So now we understand how the surface energy is interacting on the surface of the Earth. So that's why we stand on the ground and we walk through the air. And there's that intermediate step where we can swim in the water. But there's another step that is above, and that would be the plasma science. And when we go to sleep at night, we can traverse the universe because we have the connectivity, we have the stability, and we have the portability. Isn't that nice? So we have relegated ourselves to being the four-wheelers of creation, where we have just, because we didn't want to understand, or we always were satisfied with the answer of I don't know, this inertia bonding is something that we always fudged. So trying to rationalize the difference between natural decay and natural creation, and to understand that it's all creation. So the combination on the one side is creation, and on the other side is decay, is also part of the creation. And there's a bonding factor that is part of it. And just because we can't see it, we can't see the connectivity, it remains, whether it's in the physical state or in the plasma state, because that energy is portable. So we find that there's a matrix bonding energies, and then there's a field flow. And so opposites attract. So not only are we having vertically gravitational to magnetical and then magnetical to gravitational, with the bond being gravitational, but the opposite is true. And then if we go across, we find that the covalent bond also has a gravitational and magnetical separation. So we allow the star matrix to have a bonding in that direction as well. So then the creation of this three-dimensional bonding platform is part of the nuclear feeding inertia. So each and every one of them is a fragment of the complexity. And so that complexity leads to gravitational stability. And once we have this gravitational stability, then we can talk about dimensional portability. Because all are part of the whole. In other words, 1 + 1 + 1 is greater than 3, and there is a continuity and a connectivity. So, and the portability. So the portability is really undifferentiated in its simplicity. And we know this is true because we don't have a memory beyond a certain age. Let's say in my case, younger than 3. But after the age of 3, I have a differentiated complexity. And that complexity is more stable. And so that stability leads to portability. So the gradient of stability is a charge, where one basis leads to the next. Just like you have a copper wire, that becomes your point of stability, and then we nanocode that, and we have increased the gradient of stability, and that's a superconductor. And radiation itself, then, as nuclear radiation expands beyond the containment, but does it have to do that? Because we are made of radiation. That is what sets us apart. And so the plasma is a containment of this radiation. So we could say that the radiation portability has a connectivity, and it is affected by the transmutation of radiation being the plasmatic transport system of energy portability. So you know that energy is portable because you can leave your home and go to work and come back. That's the epitome of portability. Or you can get in a car and drive to the grocery store and drive back. And there you are, more portability. You could go to sleep and you wake up in the morning and you're still there. Where were you? So you went through a transmutation of a plasmatic transport system of energy portability. And where did you go? Well, you have no reference point. But where did you come back to? That reference point was Earth. So that connectivity has to have a reference point in order to manifest in physicality. So then the question comes into this RNA portability, you see, because in my case, I don't remember before I was 3 years old. But I do remember my mother telling me that she taught me a lesson, and I learned that lesson. How can I learn that lesson? I don't remember being taught. I don't remember learning that lesson. So what it means is that the portability of energy can be patterned. And so if I don't remember that lesson before the age of 3, what happens before I was born? So where did they get this energy? And how was it ported? So the portability depends on the gradient. The RNA creates the pattern. The RNA facilitates the portability. And then, as we grow, we change the gradient. And so there is a connectivity and there is a stability. And I remembered my lesson. I don't remember learning the lesson. But the energy transition was ported. And so we see that the hydrogen dependency is universal. And so hydrogen is not just hydrogen. We see that the hydrogen molecules have covalent bonds, but we can reverse the polarity because in here we are not differentiated which direction we're going, but what we are doing is we're setting the stage where one is orthohydrogen, the other is parahydrogen. And so that has to do with whether or not each side has similar poles or opposite poles. So it all has to do with the negative positive junction, where you have the transition matter of one side, the 3 dimensions of the X, Y, and Z axis, and one side being negative, and the 3 dimensions of the other side, the X, Y, and Z axis, but they're now positive. And when you bring these 2 transitions together through the NP junction, now you have this transfer state, which is the inertia field of the NP junction, the negative positive junction. But it's undifferentiated. So what we see with the conservation of inertia is that the MAGRAV energy transfer state, whether it is GANS or nano or atomic state, is in balance on each state level. However, we can go in between states. And this is how the nanocapsules are working. They create nano connections. They create nano stars. And then we have the stars of the stars. And then we carry on. And I'm sure you can see the difference of the MAGRAV pathways, where the attraction is gravitational, it's based on the feedback intensity. And the repulsion is magnetical, and that's the outintensity, but it's also part of the feeding. So I'm sure you can see the difference. Can you see the difference? So in the beginning, we have the question. We have the neutron. It came from the light. It came before the atom and before the PM tick, because the creation of the atom created the PM tick. The PM tick being the principal matter, because it's magnetical, it's an energy pack. And it comes together when we talked about the universal creation of matter, the antimatter, dark matter, and the plasmagen matter coming together in a conversion to create this gravitational maggrav, which is undifferentiated until it comes in contact with the Earth's maggrav. And now you have a field interaction, which we call this inertia product. And it is differentiated because it's on Earth. And we know what it is. Because when we look at the plasma, we don't know what it is. It's undifferentiated. And when it comes together, it manifests into an inertia field, which is a combination of the magnetical and gravitational fields. So now we have a convergence. But if we take that field and bring it together with another field, such as we have a rotating hemisphere in the north and a rotating hemisphere in the south, and we bring it together, we have one planet which is rotating in one direction. And that is our home. And so whether you're in the northern hemisphere or in the southern hemisphere, your feet are on the ground. So when we talk about this principal matter and how it comes, it is undifferentiated. However, the density remains, regardless of what the density attraction is. So the undifferentiated plasma has a portability. It can go to any density. So all of these densities are part of the containment. How do we decide? How do we differentiate? So that is where we have to understand the difference in the matter plasma dimensions. Some are physical, they would be more dense, more gravitational, and some are plasmatic, they would be magnetical. However, they're all part of the matter plasma dimensions. And so for our reference point, we are matter plasma feedback dominant. We see it from our manifestation point of view. We don't see it from the creation point of view. And that is a huge disadvantage. So if we were understanding that there's a gravitational confirmation of the gravitational tracking of hydrogen, because it gives us a fingerprint, we know what it is. So there was a pattern, there was a creation, but how did the water come together? How did the hydrogen become water? And so there had to be another surface tension created. And when we look at the nature of the water being H2O, how can two tiny hydrogens come together with the big fat oxygen and create this water, and it be a maggrav that is round and gravitationally stable and maintains this connectivity? And so we find that the oxygen has the same rules. It is gravitationally stable and it has a fingerprint, a unique fingerprint. So it maintains this connectivity. It is because of this stability that it can combine with hydrogen, but it can combine with anything else. So we find that this is just a display of multiple layers of a captured field, which is undifferentiated, and it is a go-between of energy and motion. And so if we have multiple densities and multiple spheres, and we have multiple layers of overlapping fields, we can capture these energies. But in order to capture them, we have to also release them to keep it going, because energy is always in motion and we can't stop it. And so here we have an opportunity to differentiate it based on density. And that's all we have, because we have no reference point unless we correctly assume that it has to do with Earth space. But what about the rest of the universe, which is not Earth space? What happens then? So this is our challenge. We have, maybe we could summarize as obstacles. So how do we deal with obstacles? So there are starters. These are pathway seekers. But there are stoppers as well. These are pathway blockers. It is because of the separation of the starters and the stoppers that we have a range and we have a balance. But then we have connivers. These are pathway avoiders. In other words, they live in a contrived environment. They're offset by facilitators who create linkages of pathways. And that pathway, in terms of its stability, is always linked to the creators. So the facilitators are creators linked to the creator. And so when we look at these reactors, some give us shielding and some give us gold. And whichever way you look at it, we're number one. So what we're looking at is the humanity inertia shielding that shields us from the hostiles and from aggression, from environmental harm, and more importantly, from fear-mongering. Because that becomes the biggest stopper. So when we look at the universal cup and we see the relationship between the dynamic transfer state and the physical destination state, and if we see that physicality, and that is our structure, and understand that, well, if we take that structure away, we are left with a universal portability where the connectivity remains, the stability remains, and the energy portability remains. So then the question becomes, what is the reference point? And so in our immediate desire, it has to do with our Earth space. But if we look at the rest of the universe, which is not Earth space, then what we really have to work on is the soul food and tune into that and receive it by turning on the energy and dropping out of our resistance. So we can provide that pattern so that we can get that energy and then we can receive. And this is what we need to do with the plasma science, bring together the research teams. Now we have a pathway. We are beyond the May the 10th of 2025 era, where we can now produce gold, but we can produce any element, because what we've done is we've learned how the creator is doing it. And since we're part of that team, It's about time we learned how to do this. So that connectivity is there. That inherent knowledge is there. That is part of our RNA portability. And so that becomes part of the transmutation, what we call the range transition, which transcends the inertia field transmutation dimensions. So the laws of conservation govern the covalent, trivalent, and tetravalent bonding attributes. So the containment of inertia is manifest through the containment and contention of equality. It's not a competition because the soul of man cannot be abandoned nor compromised. So the color of man is based on the integration with the soul of the man, and that is the integrity of man. That becomes the biggest connection to our augmented reality, which includes the flux and the flow towards, to, into, within, through, out of, and from every charge, every form, all mass, matter, or substance. So we can intensify and extensify what we are. We need to be connected. That connection supports the flux of continuous change, and that connection is hooked on life. So for 591 weeks in a row through the Knowledge Seekers Workshop, we have suddenly brought across this, transcending the limitations of nuclear science and bringing us together to the understanding of the greater oneness. So we have on the verge of technology release, and it's overdue because it's hard to sleep when our beds are burning. We need a scientific rescue, a financial rescue, a political rescue, a preservation rescue. This month we have a chance to fly with a captain, demonstrating our trust in the universe. If you can't trust your soul, you can't trust anyone. So when we look at the dimensions, we are none of the three dimensions. We're in another dimension. Is that the fourth dimension? Well, I don't know. What's the reference? Are we coming or are we going? And since it's a two-way street, how do we know? Are we creating the matter and then creating the universe? Or is the universe creating the matter? And since the structure of the light goes both ways, it's about time that we understand the plasma rules. Because the plasma rules dictate peace. And there are many points on the field strength of the dove. This is Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute teachings on plasma science, welcoming all the beautiful knowledge seekers learning about the new selection process of the new plasma science. So, yeah, we use the World Peace Treaty because that's the ticket. We have to sign it, we have to choose it, and we have to live it. The true nanotech maintains the integrity of the new dawn. Is the peace dome of outer space an umbrella or a fountain? And who decides that? Or is the inertia of the present governed by dimensions of history? And who decides that? And is it time to learn the encapsulation of self in a universal context? Well, the self has to decide that. And the inertia of self can migrate as a superconductor. And this energy portability is in the neutron handbag of the new physical transmission dimension. So the plasma science has to be delivered daily via the peace dome in a practical exchange for peace on Earth. So welcome to the new golden outer space age. I hope you enjoyed this lesson. This is the end for today. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you, Alex. Again, a very deep teaching. I can't believe you've understood all of this so thoroughly. It's just amazing. It's like you've already created your own time machine in a way. But let's see if the participants have any curiosity about what you've been discussing and sharing with us. Thank you again. Anyone would like to ask a question about what Alex just covered? I've been wondering about the solid field that he talks about. You just said energy is always in motion. So I guess the solid field that he created without any material, he said this is shielding. Is that solid field always in motion? I would think so, but I'm trying to understand a solid field as opposed to a dynamic field. Anyone want to
This is a problem.
share your understanding about that?
Yeah, no, this is a problem because we are so physical. So, we understand pain and we understand banging our heads against the wall. And we have to understand that the pain will go away when we stop banging our heads against the wall. So that's not a joke, that's a reality. So why can't we not go with the flow? Because we don't see the flow. We have to envision this flow and understand that this flow creates a separation of the magnetico-gravitational field forces. And once you have that, now you have a magrav. And so the manifestation of that magrav then becomes portable through all the different dimensions and all through the different energy field states. And if we were just to talk about the four basic ones, solid, liquid, gas, and plasma state, so the plasma is literally encompasses all of those states. It's just like saying you drive a car. It doesn't tell you what the brand is. It's undifferentiated. It doesn't even tell you what color of car. Frankly, it doesn't even tell you how many wheels your car has. So, it's like the lady who was trying to gas up our electric vehicle. You have to know, what you're doing. And in order to do that, we have to increase our knowledge, but we don't have to be so scientific about it because each of us has our own different capability. But when we look at, say, bodybuilders, they're overcommitted to their physicality. When you look at, shall we say, uh, beautiful women, they would be overcommitted to their emotional state. When we look at scientists and professors, they might be overcommitted to their mental state. Or we look at gurus and things like that. Well, they might be overcommitted to their so-called spiritual state. But these are all individual, non-differentiated, singularity-based states. So we have all those capabilities. So why are we choosing one as opposed to the other? And what is the motivation for that? So if it becomes a competition and say, well, I see that one is, more physical. As an athlete, they make more money. Or I see that person's more beautiful. Well, they make more money. So then you say, well, maybe I'm not so physical, but well, maybe you're not so beautiful either. So understanding that beauty is in the eyes of the beholder. And then we have other capabilities, and then we find that we're all really equal. So each of us has a skill and a preference, but each of us has a common denominator, and that is the freedom and emancipation of humanity on this planet. So this is the new golden outer space age, and we need to understand that. Back to you, Mark.
Okay, I think that shielding was created in the center reactor, right? Which he referred to as the sun.
Yes.
Again, he said it was highly gravitational, but it didn't create any materials, but at the same time, it provided a shielding. It seems like the knowledge is quite deep to set this whole process up in the right way to show the demonstration of the technology. This is not something you pick up or it doesn't fall out of the sky, let's say.
Well, here's the anomaly. Okay. The PM tick has a gravitational stability in order to keep its structure. The Earth has a gravitational stability in order to keep its structure. So in the process of creation, not only the Earth, but we are creating PM ticks all the time. It's almost a frenzy. And at the same time, PM ticks are drawn to us all the time. And it's a cornucopia of energy. So we don't have to do anything about it other than understand how it works, understand that it's there, understand it is part of our structure, and understand that we need to act as facilitators, not as connivers, because the universe provides unconditionally. So why are we imposing our man-made rules on the foolproof method of creation? Each of us has to make that choice now, and each of us is capable of doing that. And the pathway is through peace and prosperity. The two are not mutually exclusive. In fact, they are dovetailed together to create peace on earth. That's what we need to do. So if we don't have peace on earth, forget about the rest of the universe. Back to you, Mark.
Okay, again, I don't know if you've addressed this solid field or not, but that's fine. I've really never heard much about this before. But you kept saying, did you say something about you don't want to hear I don't know? Or we say I don't know a lot. I know I say I don't know a lot because I don't feel I've gotten an in-depth understanding. So what is better, to say I don't know, to explain it the way conventional science explains things, or what would be the third option, to explain it but not really understanding it?
Well, no, excuse me. The people who are in the know always say, I don't know. So is it they don't know, or they don't want to know, or they don't want to tell you? And, this is something that is confounding because, let's face it, we were told when we entered school, going back to, kindergarten, the reason we go to school is to gain knowledge. And if, as the policeman asked me, why didn't you knock on that door? And I said, because I'm looking for help. So he just assumed that I would knock on any door looking for help. Well, no, I'm knocking on doors that I know could possibly help. I didn't know which one, but I knew it wasn't that door. So if you're going to school for knowledge, then, you're expecting to receive that. That's why they call it a school. However, at the end of that school, and you come away with, well, thanks for your question, but the answer is we don't know. So you say, well, okay, this is the wrong school. Okay, so I need to go to another school. It's the same thing when I asked the doctor, so what caused my illness? And they said, I don't know. Well, then I said, well, I can get the same answer from the baker, but at least he might give me a muffin. So, I get nothing. I get nothing from him. Just, oh, we don't know. But, if you don't know, then stand aside. Bring someone in who does know. Who does know? Well, we don't know. So that's two I don't knows. And I don't know, I don't know, I don't know. So all of a sudden, the answer is the creator became stupid because up until a certain age, I was healthy. And then after that age, I was unhealthy. So God kind of forgot how to keep me healthy. So I could say, well, it's God's fault. Well, actually, it was my fault because when I was healthy, obviously I was following God's rules, and I became unhealthy when I started to deviate from following those rules. And so, where did I learn those rules from? Obviously, these were man-made rules. Funny thing happened. I was talking to someone, and it really stressed me out because we have this tremendous attention to what we eat, which is kind of a good thing, right? Because we all have a tendency to eat, shall we say, poor quality food. But what he said was that I can bring together the kind of nutrition that I need in that food that I'm eating. And I thought that very strange. So, in other words, you could eat very nutritious food or less than nutritious food and still get the proper nutrition from that. And the reason for that is because food on its own is undifferentiated, but it has a construct, it has a connectivity, it has a portability of energy. That's why we eat the food. So if that energy is coming to you based on the food that you eat, how much is coming to you? Can you change that? And isn't it contrary to what you've been brought up to? And I'm assuming a lot here because you're North American, brought up the way I am, and we want more. And that's what my wife used to say, how do you like that? Oh, this tastes like more, which means it tastes good. So they would want more, which is great. I really appreciate that they appreciate the quality of the taste of the food. But what we find with the plasma science is that we can affect the gradient of the energy that we draw from the food by eating less. Well, I'm still having trouble with that one. But I have been working on it for the last 2 years, and I have finally managed to begin reducing my weight. So the old dog is learning some new tricks. Back
We
to
all
you.
are. We all are. But if you and I, Alex, as a team, were tasked to set up these reactors in a similar way and produce any material, it doesn't have to be gold, let's just say any sort of material, how would you approach that? Would you say, I don't know? Would you sort of bluff it and put this in there and that in there and spin this and tilt this at this angle and go through it? How would we approach that?
I built a reactor out of GANs with no motors and just GANs and water. And within each container, I created a rotating field. And I didn't use a swizzle stick, and I didn't use a centrifuge. It just created it on its own. And during the duration of the creation of that rotating field, I noticed how I was able to impart the energy into water that became more alkaline. And I was not doing that with chemicals or with electrolysis. So was I a magician, or, did I discover something? Basically, I just set up the pattern, and because of that structure, it was very close to what was required, and I managed to increase the pH of the water from 6 to 8. And I managed to do that over a period of time, reducing it from 31 hours to less than 12 hours. Which meant that the field strength was increasing. But I didn't do anything in terms of when we say doing, with my hands or with a tool, with a sledgehammer, with a drill. I didn't do anything there. I didn't have any rotating wheels. And I've been doing that since 2017. So now what do you want me to say? I think the plasma science is a hokum. Really? Then explain the rotating field. And now science would say is, I don't know. But and I know, and all the people on this panel know. It's the fundamental part of plasma science, the balance of the magnetico-gravitational force fields. Thank you very much. Back to you, Mark.
And that was a very nice story. And of course, I'll show the alkalizer and energizer picture that is available to you in the Keshe Foundation store. And we'll show also the fan with the plasma wind and the star formation. But interesting, you were able to achieve that.
And you know what else is interesting is that despite all the disbelief and the, outrage, if you will, I'll never forget this one cab driver came and he says, I want to get some plasma water from you. And I said, well, I don't even know you. How do I know you? Oh, you don't know me. I just drive cab. Oh, so why do you want this water? Well, he says, I don't know. It's just a lady paid me to come here to get it. I don't even know who it is. But I said, like, what's the problem with the lady? And he says, oh, she's not well. So what can I tell you? It's like it's like Mr. Keshe's girlfriend, right? Pushes you away with her hands and pulls you with her feet.
I think those are the Iranian women he was referring to.
Or you think it's just Iranian women?
Let's see if, thank you, Alex. Let's see if any of the participants want to raise a question or have you restate something or recover one of the panels that you were showing. Anyone? Join the conversation. Do we think, I know Mr. Keshe said mankind was ready, but he's often said mankind is not ready. Are we at that point to see if mankind is ready for the change, whether they'll pick up on it or will it be delayed? So I think we're sort of in this position. We'll have to see how it goes. As Mr. Keshe said, I've done my part. Now it's up to the knowledge seekers to share what was done. And of course, we'll have more opportunities in Paris or Berlin, Washington, Tokyo, perhaps Moscow, and many other places. But I think he's put the ball in our court in a way. Of course, he's still working very strongly in the background to complete this whole process.
I got a contract once from a company. They were going to spend a lot of money on some repair work on one of their buildings. And I met them at an engineering conference, and everybody there was putting forward a solution. And of course, it was certified. It was certified according to, construction methods and stuff like that. But the one thing they all had in common was a durability of maybe 6 months. And I asked my customer, I said, are you prepared to spend that much money for a security for 6 months on your property, which I'm thinking you want it to last more than 6 months. I mean, that's one of the reasons people build buildings, they want it to last for quite a few years. And he says, well, I'm really not happy about that, but I don't have a choice. Well, I said, yeah, you do have a choice. And I offered him the choice. And he says, well, I don't know if what you're doing works. Well, I said, you have a 100% security, confidence that what these other people are offering is not going to last more than 6 months. So that is assured. So it's not up to me to prove. It's for them to prove that they can do better than 6 months. So I got the job on that basis. At the end of the job, they saved more money doing it my way than the money that I made, if you believe that. And that was a shocker to me because I was a novice. I was, new to the industry in that regard, and I went against some pretty heavy hitters. And this is the thing. They say, well, you didn't do it the traditional way. Well, the traditional way is a time-honored way to prevent you from doing things better. So when you want to have the stability and the confidence, then you have to look at the track record. And if that track record is unacceptable, then you have to look for other things. And that's the problem that we have on this world today. What we're doing in terms of bringing peace to this planet is clearly not working. So there's the proof. There's all the proof that you need. So we are providing an alternative. And failing to take advantage of our alternative does not change the fact that what they're doing is not working. So the more resistance that we have to what we are proposing, which is, first of all, manifest in the manufacture of gold, the more resistance we have to that, the more irrational the behavior, the more proof we're having that we're on the right track. Because there's no reason for them to be stable, traditional, have all the power and years of pseudo successful repetition. But when you look at the results, I mean, just the two towers in New York, they came down September the 11th of 2001. Something was not working. And the one thing that I remember, because I was told that we were, able to defend ourselves and scramble our resources within a matter of minutes. We didn't see any scrambling for over half an hour. So I don't know what happened. I don't want to discuss that on this channel. All I'm trying to say is it didn't work. Whatever we thought was working didn't work. So maybe that was intended not to work. And if that is the case, then all the things that we're doing to prevent things from working, that is working. So now everybody's becoming aware that it's not working and things are not changing for the better. So you can't go by the words. You have to go by the intention. And interestingly enough, that's how the universal community works. That's how love works. And you can practice that with your partner. And, except unless you're in Georgia and the Georgia peaches, how much do I love you? I love you, Cadillac. But other than that, I love you a lot.
Now, you talk about things not working. How are the commandments working? Do you think with this technology, I mean, I don't think we fulfill them, especially the one, thou shalt not kill or steal. That's part of but do you think with this technology, we will in the future be able to fulfill the commandments? I know they were given for the physicality or the soul of physicality to reach the level of the soul of the man, but it seems they haven't worked out so well. Even in our own personal lives, I'm just not talking about war, but we understand killing and releasing of souls and stealing other entities to maintain our own energy. So with this technology, will we get closer to fulfilling these commandments, or will that not be part of the equation anymore?
The initial resistance that humanity has is to rebel against the commandments, isn't it? Mom told you not to do something and you say, yes, mom. And then as soon as mom goes around the corner and out of sight, you do whatever you want. And you suffer the consequences. And then you come back and mom says, I told you not to do that. And you stupid, you went and did that. Well, mom, I just, I thought I knew more than you. And well, that's, why mom was the teacher and you were the student. But if you refuse to listen, so that leads to consequences. If we continue in that vein, then we deserve what we get. So we have to make a decision.
Yeah, I think the technology, especially in the feeding department, will help us quite a bit in this moving away from killing and destroying other things. And of course, that changes the behavior, which is part of the enlightenment and elevation. So I would say these technologies will help us to fulfill more of the commandments, let's say.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is I don't need the commandments.
Okay.
Okay, there's no 10 commandments for tomatoes. Okay, or hamsters.
Well, because the plants have more soul than the man does. That's why
No,
they
they
don't
don't.
need it. Yeah, they
No, they
do.
don't.
Okay.
No, the plants aren't more equal than we are.
Okay.
They just don't need it. Someone has arbitrarily decided that we need commandments. It'd be like me here, telling you, well, this is the way the plasma science is, and that's it. You're going to like it or you're going to lump it. You know, I'm navigating through this just like everybody on this panel is. But the fact of the matter is, there's a consistency. Okay, so we know that. Let simple question. Simple question. In North America, it's a growing season. Okay, so we know, and we jokingly say, oh, he has a green thumb, or they have a black thumb, meaning one can communicate with the plants and get them to flourish, and the other one, well, they're just a plant killer. Okay, and why is that? How does that happen? So obviously, someone has a different understanding, and they have this different type of communication. So there is no right way and a wrong way. What we have to understand is that life is for learning, and when you make a mistake and let's say in this case, you ruin the life of a plant. And I'm not talking about just eating it. I'm just talking about, it just withers and dies in your presence. It doesn't want to grow for you. Then whatever you're doing is not working. And to say you have a black thumb, well, that's cruel. Okay. Uh, yeah, you just don't know. That's all. Or you're not applying what you really do know. So you have to change to that. And the person who does know, well, they may be successful, but that doesn't mean that they know how. They're just working, uh, naturally with what they see is right. But I can tell you that I always thought that it was very important to, give water to the plant. But with the plasma science, we spray the leaves of the plant and we draw the plant out. Well, that's a novel concept. I've never heard anyone say that before. Or how do we water all the hundreds of acres in China? You need a big hose. You need a big sprinkler system. I see the farms, they have these huge vehicles that carry the hose, and they just roll over the ground and they put a spray. How do golf courses do it? They bury the water lines in the ground, and then they have a nozzle that sprays a fountain. But how do you do that for hundreds of acres? And then we find that someone says, oh, we created a plasma field, and we took that plasma and converted it into the nourishing water, and we fed it directly to the plant. No hose, no tub, no one there going with a plunger to, throw water in there. Because here's the problem. You don't know enough. How do you know when the plant needs water? And what happens if the plant needs water and you're not around? So now what the plant is doing is just kind of sitting there and saying, oh, Mark forgot to give me water.
Sorry, I just muted one person.
Yeah, so Mark forgot to give me water, and then he said, "Oh, I forgot to water the plant. I better go and water the plant." And the plant say, yeah, okay, well, we'll try this again, but I really lost a lot of momentum in the meantime. So this is the whole point. So if there is a communication on a plasmatic level with the plant and the needs of the plant, and if we exclude the potential limiter or the weak link, we find that we're the weak link because we're so physical, we're so in matter state. Okay, so I'll give the water to the plant when I want to. When I'm good and ready, I'll give it to you. And right now I want to go bowling. Okay, so you're just going to have to wait. And we suffer the consequences as a result. So what's the difference? Well, the difference is where a farmer is barely able to manage in poverty, or a farmer is able to expand into profitability, not only feed his family, but improve the quality of the life. And if he does that for himself, then he can do it for his neighbor and everybody else. So there's the answer. Back to you, Mark.
Okay, Carolyn, did you want to say something, or did the mic just come open? I muted it for you. But yes, I think we'll see if they can create the gold again out of the fields. What can we do with again helping the farmers and creating the nutrients that the plants need without even again putting any sort of chemical inputs on the land. So as he said, with this technology, the farmer will increase his yield 2 or 3 times, and this will be the difference in getting out of poverty. I think people will still be eating for a little while longer, or if you desire to eat. So we'll have some very beautiful plants to consume if that's the way you want to go. Or again, learning to receive the energy from those plants with just by enjoying their beauty and not actually chewing them. This was what will happen in the future, I think. And of course, the feeding app is one of the primary ways to get us to change and move away from the killing practice, as we understand it in the Keshe Foundation. I'm not talking about war between men. I'm talking about war between vertical, horizontal people that we seem to be quite enamored with. As you said, food is the main gathering point of meetings and discussions and family things. I think is having one of those today. But we haven't realized, so we really can't blame anyone. I've never come to this realization, and even battled with it a little bit within the Keshe Foundation of, again, sorting it out within myself and my own understanding.
Well, the fact of the matter is that we came here to try and sort it out. And we knew that coming in. And so, we can't, just pontificate and say, okay, well, we got to completely stop eating, and there has to be a way to transition. And you made a comment earlier on as to a reference to Mr. Keshe saying, well, there's only a select few, and these select few have the constitutional integrity and intensity to be able to transmute or connect with the universe on their own. But the rest of us, we have, through the conditioning of the environment, we have forgotten these skills. So most of us didn't even know we had them, so we never cultivated them.
Absolutely.
But so this is what we have to do right now.
Yep.
But fundamentally, a paradigm shift is going to take place, and so we are at the crossroads where we can take a few years, we could take 10 years, or we could take 1,000 years. So
Right.
why do we have to wait? And so I'm personally of the opinion, well, since we're in the post-May the 10th, 2025 era, we don't have to wait any longer. We've lost our opportunity to make excuses. We have to come up with a whole new bunch of excuses. And for those of us who know that this is now possible, we have to look at how this affects us on a practical basis. How it affected me when I learned about this advanced science, and I'm not saying this particular advanced science, but just advanced science. I thought that our technological advancements were advanced science. No, once it gets down to the practical application of consumerism and stuff like that, that's conventional science. The advanced science is always on the leading edge, of the technological advancements. Once I got into that, then I started to realize that I didn't have enough knowledge and that there was a whole vista of another world out there for me. So then I had to compare what would that mean in to me personally. So what we ascertained at that time, and I'm talking about 34 years ago, was that there are essentials, and those in order are air, water, food, and shelter. And so those are the things that you need to address within 24 hours. If you address those in 24 hours, then you can start to address other things. Until you do those things, forget about the other things. So if you are looking at an industry, those industries need to comply with those essentials. So if you're looking at an activity, how does it compare to those essentials? Because that's what we're faced with right now. Because if you lose your job, you could lose your home. You may not be able to provide food for your family, and you may not be able to get fuel for your car. You may even lose your car. Have you ever had your car repossessed? It's degrading. Okay, but so what happens now? How do you adjust? And how quickly do you recover? And many never recover. So this is the dilemma we are all facing. So it isn't just a matter of, the banks trying to exercise more control to confiscate your money. Why are the banks pursuing that? Because it's a radical effort, because it's indicative of a paradigm shift that is coming. And what they're doing is for their own self-preservation. So they have already made preparations for that. And so one of the ways that they can preserve themselves is at our expense. So what are we going to do? Are we going to turn around and steal from someone else at their expense? Somewhere along the way, someone's going to get a short end of the stick, and they're going to fall through the cracks, if you will, and be relegated to, being homeless and, living on the street and trying to navigate through that social dysfunction. So the fact that today maybe someone is wealthy, tomorrow they could be wiped out in terms of finances. So the fact of the matter is that the finances do not make the man. The man makes the finances. So the family is based on the people involved and has nothing to do with anything else. So that is true because we've all seen where maybe an immigrant has come into your community, and because if they work together, they all contribute to the benefit of their family, and you find that they prosper, and you say, wow, in a short order, they are prospering and they have more than I have, and I've been here for decades. So why is that? That is the difference between the personality of the Canadians and the Americans and the Brazilians. You know, we have 100 to 200 people on our Telegram channel, and Brazil has over 10,000. Why is that? It's a difference in the culture. So it just shows you that when all the oars are in the water going the same way, that we can prosper. Well, we cannot prosper if there's disunity and if there's war, because the whole nature of the war is those who supply the weapons prosper, and those who use the weapons, well, they suffer. I mean, that's just a rule. And that's every war has been like that. That's one of the benefits of history. You get a chance to look at that. But now we have a transgenerational view of history because that emotion, that energy is ported from our ancestry. It's inherent in our RNA, and that RNA is our foundation. It's our foundational blueprint. So it's not something that you can grab onto. It's just something that you have to work with. And you don't need to be a scientist to do that. All you need to have is care and compassion for humanity and understand that we are a product of what we give our time and attention to. Thank you very much, Mark, and thanks everybody for allowing me to continue to present. I hope you enjoyed today's session, and we look forward to other new exciting things. I'll pass it back to you, Mark.
Thank you. And of course, this is going to create a lot of balance within the nations, as people don't have to worry so much about food, or they don't have to think about where is my energy coming from, or will it be always there. This is going to create a lot of balance and a lot of peace. And this is just the beginning of the opening of the technology. I think the space travel and the rest of this will become quite, many people want to hear the stories of your interactions with other lives in the universe, because most people have not even considered that there are more lives in the universe. We're so self-centered here, but this is opening up. So thank you, Alex, and thank you, everyone. Is there any other thoughts, questions, comments, issues you'd like to address at this point, or questions? If not, we can end this session. I'd like to play the clip from the workshop from the Keshe Foundation store, the Energizer and Alkalizer container, which Alex, I guess he sort of made his own, which we all can do. But this is a product from the Keshe Foundation store. Increasing the pH usually increases the health of the entity, as I understand it, at least on this planet. And then, of course, the dynamic reactors with the fan and so on and so forth. And this is what the box says. We start to believe in something we can't see, plasma wind. And this is that whole energy dimension. It's hard to hold that in your hand and show someone else, but you can certainly experience it, and they can too. So I'm going to play that clip, the final disclaimer, and the meeting, the session will come to an end. Any other thoughts, comments, questions, issues? And of course, I'm sure all the groups are going to increase as the technology becomes more and more available. But I think that's why, since it hasn't been picked up by the international press, Mr. Keshe is going to go around and actually demonstrate to the nationals in different locations. And this should create another groundswell of activity, let's say, or inquisitiveness about this technology and what it can do, as we'll hear more and more testimonials about it as well. So if you're looking for advanced space technology. You'll find it in the Keshe Foundation store. Please consider attending one of these conferences when they come to your area, or you can travel again to other places and enjoy it just the same. So we thank you all for being here, being part of it. We're part of a much bigger process. I don't think we certainly haven't comprehended the depth of the technology, but we certainly also haven't contemplated the ramifications thoroughly of what this technology is going to do in the elevation of this planet, as I see it.
Which reminds me of a funny story. Can I?
Please tell.
When I was early 20s, I was doing some casual firefighting. I was on my holidays, and
Sure.
we had a fire that was out of control, so they dragged us. Well, they didn't drag us. We volunteered to join, and as a city boy, this was a shocking experience. So we were coming back from the fire. We were walking along the tracks, and there was a curve that was going through a rock cut, and we could hear the train whistle. And my friends were up ahead, and they turned around and said, "Oh, Alex's train's coming." And I said, "Yeah, yeah." I was kind of tired, and I thought, "Oh, well, it sounds like it's far away." But of course, the rock cut had muffled the sound. So it wasn't only it was a few seconds later, and the train came through the rock cut, and it was going at 50 miles an hour. That's 80 kilometers. And you're standing on the train track looking at the train coming barreling at you like that, and of course it's massive. So I took one look at that train, and I ran to the rock cut, and I swear to God, I made a high jump world record. I was up, I couldn't believe how high I had climbed, and it was just one or two steps, and I was up the wall, and I was above the train. I was clinging to the rocks as the train flew by, and it was scary. So I think this is the situation. We know the train is coming, but we really can't see it. So we're just kind of, lackadaisical about it.
A faint whistle?
Yeah, it's just oh yeah, I hear it. Yeah, yeah. But when it comes into that rock cut, and you're, as they say, between a rock and a hard place, we're gonna have to move very quickly. So everyone's been warned, including all the people on this panel, and I'm sure we have tried to inform our friends and everybody. And one of the
Sure.
things that I'm noticing is that there is a gradual softening of the resistance, because everyone is kind of feeling that something in the air, that something's not right, something is happening. Maybe they don't understand it, but they recognize that there's a pink elephant in the room. And when that elephant manifests itself, it is going to be a real shock. And I think at that point in time, it'll be very easy, because we all have this feeling that things are about to change.
We'll be there when they faint to catch them and to elevate
I
them.
think we're going to be part of the fainting process too, because I'm sure a lot of the knowledge seekers are also, pinching themselves and saying, well, we've waited an awfully long time. Well, yeah, like it's thousands of years we've been waiting.
Well,
So
2025 is the year. 2025 is the year for the technology to be introduced. It has been introduced, and now it's going to continue to expand.
Well, you can't deny the fact that we produce gold, and we've shown that on YouTube. You can't deny that. So,
Yeah.
so it's there, and we have thousands of Chinese. I think we have what 75 million followers on the Chinese network. So, you know,
Is that right? I've never known that.
The Chinese community is the most knowledgeable when it comes to the cache technology. It's massive.
Beautiful. Okay, one last call. Is there anyone who wanted to say something or is biting their tongue and thinking whether they should open their mic or not? Please feel free to do so. If not, I want to thank you all for being here. Thank you, Alex, for continuing to shed enlightenment in a way on more understanding. As we understand, it's going to take more than all of us on this planet to really open up the technology. And I think it was evident, as Mr. Keshe has repeated in the last workshop, where he said this will take thousands of years for man to understand, but they're laying down the groundwork. Some of us may pick it up. I think we don't have to wait for thousands of years to understand it, but we'll see how man going forward accepts this technology and continue to elevate the world leaders and religious leaders, and of course the physicists, the other scientists as well, that they can start to become enlightened and change the position of the way they're imprisoning or killing the nationals in so many ways. And it's just not outright killing them. There's many methods, as we know, to shorten the life expectancy of the population, which seems to be the agenda this day. But of course, we have solutions, and we're going to actually create more people on this planet rather than less. As he said, peace creates much, much more wealth across the board, and power too. So we're moving in this direction. As Alex said, I think the people are having a sense, or the plasma wind is blowing here on this planet as it is through the universe, as he talks about the new tomorrow, where things are going to be set in positions. Galaxies will move, stars will change position, that every one of us will be able to transit between the two dimensions of energy and matter state. So thank you all. I will play the clip from the workshop first of the store. Again, Keshe Foundation store. We put all these in the chat. We've put in the playlist of the older YouTube channel. We've put in the World Peace Treaty, contacting the doctors of the Keshe Foundation by writing to the Wellness Center office at de.kfwellness.center. We've also included the new Space channel on YouTube, as well as the store, and as well as Mr. Keshe's presence on the X platform, which you can sign up, follow. And there may be some things coming forward on the X as well. I think they call it Spaces or something, where Mr. Keshe said they'll be doing something on the X channel, probably some other live presentations, I'm not sure. But it's all coming together. Again, this is well planned out. The professor is well seasoned, and the team is becoming very well seasoned to understand and to start replicating some of these systems. And this gives the capability to all of us to understand more and to use the systems to achieve what we desire to achieve. So thank you all again. Have an amazing rest of your day. We'll bring up the workshop, and the final disclaimer, and the meeting will come to an end. Any other thoughts, comments, questions, issues? Okay, let me share the screen. Let's bring this up. And thank you all again. And we'll see you in one of the future sessions. Thank you all.
water is the foundation of our life. It is part of every living creature. Pure water gives you the energy of nature. Now, you can have this energy in your home. The Keshe Foundation Alkalizer and Energizer is designed for your daily well-being. It increases the pH of the water so your body can absorb more oxygen and stay in its natural condition during the day. Keshe Foundation Alkalizer and Energizer. Be pure like the water.
Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.